お、 Good morning. Can you hear and see me? I think everything is okay. On my interface, I'm okay, and the sound is also okay. But it doesn't matter what I see, it matters what you guys see. Okay, great. It's a lot less. Oh, thank you, Naomi Mana, for becoming a pewter peon. So we're gonna start right away with some shilling. So thank you everybody for joining me, and thanks to all of your efforts, we finally reached 1,000 subscribers on Fresh, which means that we can go ahead and make money, and more importantly, we do actually have custom emotes enabled. So if you become a channel member, which Lord Remium and Naomi Mara just have, you will gain the true power of small Onyx, and you no longer have to use budget Onyx. I set the membership as cheap as I possibly could, which is, it was like 99 yen. I'm not sure how much money that is in your denomination of currency, but it shouldn't be that much. Apparently there is a feature to gift memberships. I'm trying to use it. I don't see it. I think you have to opt in. It's really strange, but somehow we'll figure it out. Thanks, Shiki Asami. Thank you, MJDXP. Thank you, Solomon Kearns. Huge thanks. It actually is really important because the more members we have, the more emojis I can add. So, thank you, Spankin' the Bagel. Incredible. You get a, you might not recognize that badge, because I don't blame you if you don't, but it is the, I was gonna say the Faulkner badge. It's the Zephyr badge. It's the one that Faulkner gives you. So you get all the Johto badges on this channel. But thank you so much. Actually, with this number of new members, you can already add more. I can't do it during the stream, but that means next stream I think we'll have 7? TKLOS96, thank you. It's Walt! Hopefully he's more useful in the stream than in-game. Sorry, Walt. Okay, I think everything is alright technically. If that's the case, I'm gonna go ahead and start my local recording. And then we can very soon get started with the stream itself. There really isn't that much of a preamble to do for the abilities. We should be able to get started in like 3-ish minutes. But the first thing we should definitely do is just double check the tiers. So when we did Gen 3, we only had these 4. And as you can see here, there's only like, well, I actually know how many abilities there are. There's 47 abilities. So this really shouldn't take that long. Oh, I'm the first YouTuber you've spent money on. Thank you! Oh, and Stickman Gaming is also now a pewter peon. Thank you. So I have to like change the colors of these tiers, because this is pretty hideous, right? Let's go ahead and fix that. Let's make this one like bluish, I think. Or maybe we'll make it green. There we go. We'll make that one green. We'll make the not useless one kinda bluish. There we go. And we'll make the useless one kinda gray. Why did I pick gray? Do we have any gray Pokemon we don't like? Walt is a good unit that gets outclassed by a sniper that joins way later and with way better base stats. Too bad he's still an archer. Well, in Walt's defense, if you're gonna be a bad archer, you may as well be a bad archer in a game that spams wyverns, right? I actually don't expect this stream to be more than like 2 or 3 hours. It's probably fine. I mean, I say that now. When has it ever been 2 hours, right? You don't see the option to become a member? There should, it should be, it should say like join. I think that's what it looks like. And once I actually figure out how to gift memberships, if anybody knows how, please let me know. And I'll gift 5 memberships. If I... Oh, Body158, thank you. For becoming a pewter peon. True, FE6 archers are close to the peak in their viability. I mean, for the period where archers are bad, I guess FE6 archers are the best, yeah. Okay, you know the gifting is a little wonky. Well, I know you know everything about Three Hopes. Someday, we'll figure out how to do the gifting. Well, this is an insane ratio of members. Thank you. Okay, we won't talk about Wold that much more. No gifting on YouTube last I checked. They just added it. And I watched a tutorial on it yesterday, and during the premium premiere on the main channel, I saw the option. Oh, I guess Connor found the prompt because he's now a pewter peon. Welcome. Was it join? Let me just make sure I have the... And Smarten as well, thank you. Let's see. And Watcher too? This is insane! Wow, thank you to everyone. This is actually huge because then... Now we get like 4 more emotes for the next stream. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't find... Okay, let's look that up now, and then we'll get started. Dollars membership join. Okay, so then maybe that means I have to go to dollars gift? And that might work. I think you can see my control panel here. I do see dollars. But if I click the dollar sign, I think it just shows you guys an ad. Hopefully that's not all that happens. I can bookmark the stream. Your boy N8. No Regigigas cosplay this stream? That's what we're doing right now, because we're not actually talking about the list, right? Estra, thank you. Whoa, welcome. Okay, I don't want to accidentally insert an ad. But that's the only option it gives me here. It's in desktop only so far. Okay, well, I am in desktop. Let's see. We're on google.com. How do I gift memberships on YouTube? As the streamer. Well, I don't want to give you guys an ad before I've actually done anything, right? Okay, click the dollar sign within the live chat and then membership gifting from there. Okay. Well, that seems pretty easy, right? Where's the dollar sign? I don't see one. Can I not do it? Surely I can, right? Hello! Add reaction. Why do I want to add a reaction? I want to... Are we having a slow start? We are. We're trying to figure out how to gift memberships. So that I can give some away to people. Because I want to do that. Second account? Oh, I can try that. The dollar sign next to the emoji icon below the text box? I guess I don't have it. At least I'm not a truant. Thank you, Purple Flygon. Alright, so sorry for the slow... I have a question. I was curious as what you use to make emotes. Just Photoshop is what I do. You can't find the gift option on the member screen? Alright, so last thing we'll do before we get started is, I'm going to try and use my main account. We're gonna do some streamception here. So I'm gonna try and use... Cheese does not want our money. That's definitely not true. I definitely want your money. But I'm going to... I'm on a different computer here. I'm gonna use... Imported cheese is gonna be in the stream, and he's gonna try and give subs. And we'll see if that works. Obviously, this is all getting cut from the premium, so nobody will ever know that this happened, except for you guys. We will unburden ourselves with the gift membership crisis. Unburdened pretty good. Yeah, maybe we need a certain number of members to unlock it. We are off to a slow start, but I think once we actually like start focusing on the list, it shouldn't take that long because we don't have that many criteria to go through. So let's see here. Really, we're just doing a Regigigas cosplay, right? That's what we're doing? Okay, so it says I'm currently live. I knew that. And then, okay, here, so... I can join, but I can't actually gift donations. Okay. So it's just not possible for this stream, I'm guessing. And maybe it'll be possible next time. We'll see. Thank you, Skawo, for joining the Fresh channel as a pewter peon. Okay, thank you. All right, let's get started. How about that? Thank you, everybody, for all of your support, especially for joining up as pewter peons. Because now we get maybe like 5-6 new emotes for the next stream that I can add. This is taking so long. Poison Heal activated twice, so it only took 2 turns. That's not that bad. Still better than slow start, right? Good night, everyone. Greetings from Belgium. Welcome. So is everybody okay with these tiers? These are the same ones that we used last time. One thing that I'm not sure about is meta defining, because I don't know if any of these abilities are meta defining. So one thing I maybe wanted to add to the description of that was, like, I don't think I'll change the name. I think it'll still be called meta defining. But what we'll say is that, like, this ability is so good, it's why you use the Pokemon. Or, like, when you think of this Pokemon, you think of their ability. Mon defining. I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you. Mon defining. Because last time we had meta defining because we literally had like Drought and Drizzle, right? And then for a lot of these, I think they're just going to be... Actually, some of these might be meta defining. No spoilers, but maybe you can figure it out. The SCP Foundation is hard at work trying to put it in line. She's one of my favorite shiny Pokemon? It's probably Charizard. I like Charizard shiny. I think it's good. I think we added a very useful tier midway through the Gen 3 stream. Did we? Maybe we did. I don't know if we need that this time because we have so few abilities. Is the tier list only for combat or for general utility too? It's for general utility too, which is why I added these yellow ones. I'll explain that in a moment. But general utility also does count. So like pickup, I think we put in useful, even though it does nothing. Is everybody okay with these 4 tiers for this few abilities? I guess the question would be, do we need a very useful? I'm not sure we do. Should be fine. Okay. Do I count the ability itself or the ability in the context of the Pokemon that get it? I think we're trying to do both. So like Wonder Guard didn't end up being meta defining because it's only on Shedinja. Silver, welcome! I assume the Shadow Realm will not return. It will not return in this list, no, because nothing is actually banned. I think everything on here we actually can rank and, like, talk about. Maybe a tier split between useless and actively harmful. I thought about that last time too, but there aren't that many that are actively harmful. There's only 2 here that are actively harmful. Which is actually more than in Gen 3, because in Gen 3 there was only 1 that was actively harmful. It was Truant. Slow start in S tier. Well, it does have 2 S's. All right, did we get our act together? Are we able to get going? I think so. Everybody can hear me. The tiers are defined. I'll mostly be lurking. I may be off work, but I have something I'm doing in another game I need to focus on. Well, thanks for being here. Which bad ability is worse, Truant, Slow Start, or Defeatist? It's definitely Slow Start. It's definitely Slow Start. Do an E tier for cringe evasion abilities. Alright, I'm gonna drink this horrible coffee, and then we'll get started. Why do I have coffee in a bottle? Is that a Japan thing? Yes. It also comes in cans. Neither is very good. Wouldn't Slow Start be Mon-defining because it defines Regigigas' uselessness? That is true. A special attacker could actually do something with Slow Start while no Pokemon would want Truant. That is true because Slow Start doesn't affect your special attack. But I mean, it's still negative, right? Are we still doing the Reggie cosplay? It's almost over. How is tap water in Japan? I mean, it depends on where you live, but in Tokyo it's fine. Okay, I think we've got our act together. I think we'll actually do the premium intro right before we get started, so we'll do the criteria first. Actually, let's make sure Bulbapedia is open to the abilities. Bulbapedia Gen 4 abilities. And we'll make sure you guys can see that as well. Gen 4 abilities. It's not quite going to be centered, but it should be. Yeah, you can all see this as well. Okay. Great. I know these. Well, let's see. Welcome to the Gen 4 abilities tier list. Now, normally we get off to a slow start, but it's not going to take us 5 turns. It's not going to even... I messed up already. It's such a tragedy, but that is how we're going to start. Welcome to the Pokemon Gen 4 abilities tier list. Now, normally we get off to a slow start, but it's not going to take us 5 turns to get our act together. It's not even going to take us 5 minutes, because there really isn't that much to talk about. These are all of the abilities added in Generation 4. There's only 4 T7 of them. Shouldn't take us that long. I've divided the abilities into 3... I've color-coded the abilities here into red, blue, and yellow, always a Gen 1er. Red abilities generally are offensive, help you hit things harder. Blue abilities are defensive. This is kinda contentious, but they typically help with the defense or like do something when you get hit. And yellow abilities are just other, or utility, is how I decided to divide them. Hopefully that makes sense, and hopefully these colors aren't too gaudy. thank you, Mise Pies, for becoming a pewter peon. The neon blue is offensive to your eyes. Sorry, I can't actually change it now, but the other blues were all like too dark. I have to talk about how how we actually what the criteria are. So, what are my criteria for evaluating these abilities? So these. What are the criteria we're going to be using today? Well, it's Squirtle Blue. Turn down the saturation of my screen. I actually don't know how to do that. I guess I would turn down the saturation of my... No, the webcam wouldn't do it. Red, blue, yellow. Chikorita. I like that I always arrive late, but never miss the start of the tier list. We always have slow start. Will there ever be a stream where people don't complain about how slow we are? Never, right? Never. Teal and white are a rough combo. Maybe a darker blue next time still looks fine. Yeah, I tried using a, I outlined the text, but, like, it doesn't really work. What criteria are we using? So, just to be clear, these are how good the abilities introduced in Gen 4 are. Not how good the abilities are in Gen 4. So you might have noticed in the thumbnail, a Gliscor is on it, because it's got a pretty good ability, but it didn't actually have that ability in Gen 4, but it's still eligible. No, not still eligible. That's similar to how we're gonna talk about the intro. Game Freak, please buff imported cheese. They won't. They hate me. I don't know if they hate me. What criteria are we using? So, just to be clear, this is how good abilities introduced in Gen 4 are, not how good the abilities were in Gen 4. So you might notice in the thumbnail, we've got a very handsome Gligar, representing Poison Heal, pretty good ability, but he didn't actually have Poison Heal in Generation 4. Still qualified to be on the thumbnail. We're going to try and consider these abilities in whatever context they were best. So certain abilities like Flower Gift do literally nothing in singles, but we're going to go ahead and assume that for Flower Gift, you're in doubles where it actually does something. We are very generous here. We're very generous when we do our evaluations. Okay, I think that's good. That's all the criteria, right? I feel like the fish from SpongeBob that yells my eyes when I see white on yellow. Uh-oh. Maybe I should change the color of the abilities to, like, black and then white outline. I mean, we can't do anything this time, but... Did I say Gligar instead of Gliscor? I guess I have to redo that. Maybe it's more than 5 turns. Uh-oh. It was all a scheme to boost the chat rate, don't worry. I mean, that shouldn't take too long to redo, right? Coughing. Next time we will persevere, we have adaptability. Engagement. Alright, well, we'll just do that really quickly. What criteria are we using? So just to be clear, this is how good abilities introduced in Gen 4 are, not how good the abilities were in Gen 4. So, for example, in the thumbnail, you might have seen a very handsome Gliscor, representing Poison Heal, pretty good ability, but in Gen 4 it didn't actually have access to Poison Heal, it only gained that as a hidden ability in Gen 5. Still qualified to model for the thumbnail. Okay, I think that's fine. This stream is really Scrappy. Scrappy's pretty good. I said Flower Gift doesn't do anything in singles, which is not true. Oh yeah, that's right. It just also boosts your partner. So I guess I have to redo that too. Maybe it's going to take more than 5 turns. Should add Reggie noises in the intro. Well, of course, in the premium version, you guys aren't going to see any of this, right? In the premium version, this is going to take like 3 minutes. Dream needs to be paralyzed to activate, so I have to redo the part with. We're gonna assume that every ability is in the So we're gonna be very generous and assume that every ability is in whatever context it's most useful. So, for example, Flower Gift benefits both you and your partner if you have one in a double battle. So we're gonna assume that you're in a double battle. Surely, in that case, Flower Gift is great, right? I'm sure. No spoilers. Switch computer so slow start, turn count reset. Include all the fake text to illustrate to all the premium viewers how bad slow start is. I would rather actually have people watch it than just make a bad joke, though. It's actually not a bad joke, but I don't think people will actually stay and watch it. Do we have any doubles exclusive abilities here? Adaptability, Aftermath, Anger Point, Anticipation, Bad Dreams, Download, Dry Skin Filter, Flower Gift. No. Yeah, the only one that actually has doubles specific effect is Flower Gift. Skill Link. That's nothing to do with doubles, right? Skill Link is just makes your moves always hit 5 times, right? If it's multi-hit. I'll do Flower Gift one more time. We're going to be very generous. And assume that each ability is in whatever context it's most useful. So, for example, Flower Gift also buffs your partner. So we're going to assume that you're actually in a double battle. I'm sure it's going to be at the okay, well, Anger Point is easier to trigger in doubles? I guess so. Skill can make you hit your partner 5 times instead of 2. True! Reggie cosplay is still strong. We're very generous here, so we're very generous here, so we're always going to assume that these abilities are in whatever context they're most powerful. So, for example, Flower Gift has an additional effect in doubles. It buffs you and your partner. So for Flower Gift, we'll assume that we're in a double battle. I'm sure that under those conditions, Flower Gift will be on everybody's wish list, right? Yeah, I'm sure. No spoilers. Okay, that's probably fine. Just use Pickup as our example. I guess Pickup's not actually in this list, though. Honey Gather! Only useful in singles. I think that's fine, right? Then we can just talk about the tiers themselves, and then we can get started. Technically, you could also use Skill Link with weak armor to get +5 speed in your partner and also to kill them. I guess we'll talk about that when we talk about Skill Link. So what are the tiers? Well, we've got 4 of them, which hopefully should be enough for this number of abilities. At the very top, we have, not quite meta-defining, we've changed this to mon-defining. So these are abilities that are so good, they are why you use this Pokemon, or when you think of this Pokemon, you think of this ability. Some of these might also be so powerful that, yes, you would consider them meta-defining, as the tier used to be called. Under that, we have useful! Exclamation point! These abilities are useful! And you're excited about it. They have very significant effects. Under that, we have not useless? Question mark? So these abilities, they do something. I guess you have an ability. And under that, we have useless, for abilities that are either useless, essentially useless, or actively harmful. Okay, I think that's it, right? Isn't no guard mon defining for Machamp? I think people actually use guts more nowadays. For Klutz, delete the item tier list video. That's pretty funny. One take. We actually did it in one take, yeah. Oh boy, I made it before any of the abilities were tiered. Maybe we should just ban people who complain about how slow our start is. How about that? They do it every time. I think we're ready to go. I feel strange every time Cheese looks into the camera after a take. I have to keep the premium in mind. So if this is your first time joining a live stream, welcome. And also, if you've only ever seen the premiums, you're probably unclear why we haven't done anything yet. It's because you're just, when you see the premiums, of course you only see the premium parts, but actually, this takes forever. We have to do multiple takes. Because in the Gen 5 tier list, which is the first one we did live, I didn't do multiple takes, and actually making the premium was impossible. It was very hard, and it didn't really work, so please understanding that sometimes we have to redo things. It's all in the interest of the future viewers, who will then be able to skip the slow start. Don't forget the premium intro, thank you. Yeah, we do have to do that. Can I download this stream? Probably once it's done, right? Decent ability. Everything is in alphabetical order, right? Okay, that's not messed up. For Honey Gather, you should go to the store and buy honey for the premium edit. I actually have some. This is my first time here. Greetings from Chile. Welcome. Alright, can I now gift subs? No. YouTube, please. What? Okay, it's fine. Bad Dreams is an ability? It does exist. All you need is some dark rye. For solar power, you should buy some solar panels. I do thank you guys for joining the membership program, but I cannot buy solar panels. Talking about Gen 5, I'm going to do Black and White 2 for my next tier list or something. Not Black and White 2. No, it's going to be a lot. The next in-game tier list will probably be Coliseum. People being punished for genuine excitement? What? Hopefully that's not happening. What do you mean by that? I might have missed something. For sniper, buy a gun. I'm in Japan, bro. That's not going to happen. Take out some water filters for filter. I'm going to put a filter on the premium edit. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, I think we're ready, right? Am I forgetting anything? Just the premium intro, right? Yeah. You thought we got our act together? Just kidding. We have to do a little bit of self-shilling, so you're watching the premium edit of the Pokemon Gen 4 abilities tier list. If you would like the chance to actually influence the live... Oh, okay. Alright, so our first ability is shilling for ourselves, because... Oh, actually, you can't see my... Oh, no, you can't see my cursor. Good, okay. Oh, some were honestly excited about Tyrion not having started as they joined late? Oh, okay. Those are just very hard to distinguish from people that are actually upset. Buy a coat for Snowcloak. Sniping's a good ability, mate. That actually is how I was going to talk about Sniper. For Sniper, write an essay on why Bernadette is the best FE3H character. Well, I can't gift subs, but I can ban people, right? I do know how to do that. Prepare yourself. How do we do this? Okay. None of these abilities actually have to do with shilling, right? Or money. So no, I can't actually... I guess simple. Simple for like a super luck. Super luck, right? Yeah, that's good. No. Hmm. Alright, we finally got our act together, so we're gonna start by shilling for ourselves. Hi, you're watching the premium version of the Pokemon Gen 4 abilities tier list. If you would like the chance to influence these lists live, be sure to check out Imported Cheese Fresh, link in the description. Brought to you by the viewers. Wow, is this PBS? Thanks to all of you guys. We finally reached 1K subscribers, which means there are premium custom emotes. So don't miss it. And also thanks to all of the generous Patreons who you should see on screen now. All right, enough stalling. I think we actually get started. Okay. That should work. That should work. Three negative abilities. Stall, Klutz, and Slow Start. I don't know if Klutz is actually negative. I mean, it definitely is overall negative, but it's not going to go in useless. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think I forgot anything, right? No, I didn't. We did everything, right? We talked about why these abilities are this color. We talked about what our tiering criteria is. We talked about the tiers themselves, and we did the premium intro. Yes. So we did do everything, and it only took us 38 minutes. Okay, great. Could any ability make Onyx good? Yeah, I could think of one. That's just pretty good. And you guys can see my cursor, right? So here we go. All right. So our first ability... How fitting that the first ability is going to be adaptability. So adaptability interacts with your stab modifier. Stab is an acronym. It stands for same type attack bonus. An incredibly I messed up already. Huge power would make Onyx good. Its other stats are also kind of suspicious. Would the enemy better if Ashton Pikachu were replaced with Regigigas? I think so, right? What better ability to start with than adaptability? So adaptability interacts with your stab modifier. A stab is an acronym, stands for same type attack bonus. A really important mechanic that the game doesn't really tell you about. So what happens... So all moves... So if you use a move that is of your type, so for example, a fire type using a fire type move, that move is 50% stronger, which is huge. What adaptability does is it actually applies like a miniature stab boost to your non-stab moves. So again, if we're still a fire type, all of your non-fire moves would then be 25% stronger. This is actually incredibly powerful because it makes your coverage options much more reliable. And I, as a theater major, have my lies be 50% stronger because that is not what adaptability does at all. So adaptability actually just doubles down on your stab modifier. It actually literally doubles it. It goes from 50% stronger to 100% stronger. That's really, really strong. It's incredibly powerful. Useful with a big exclamation point. So, for example, if you're using a 100 base power move, ordinarily, stab would boost that to 150. But if you have adaptability, it actually goes to 200. Ooh! And at that point, your stab moves are dealing big damage, and you're not really going to want to use much else. I got you in the first half. Stronger lies than normal. So one thing that makes stab moves especially good is that you actually have them, right? Your type tends to be connected to your move pool. So if you're a water type, you tend to get the best water moves. If you're a ground type, you tend to get the best ground moves. And if you're a fire type, you tend to get the best fire moves. Some exceptions apply, of course. Ah, yes. So a good way to think about the power of adaptability is it makes neutral stab moves the same as super effective non-stab. That's how strong it is. F for Flareon, yeah, you guys already know which Pokemon goes on the screen for not getting stab moves. I was I was very confused about the name of this ability for a long time because obviously it does the opposite of what we expect adaptability to do, right? You would expect it to. I was very confused about this ability name for the longest time because obviously it does the opposite of what you'd expect adaptability to do, right? You'd expect it to make you better at using moves you're not familiar with. But I checked the Japanese name, which is adaptability, so that didn't help. But what actually helped was a commenter pointed out that the very first Pokemon to get adaptability was Porygon. Porygon has several horrific signature moves that nobody would ever use, the conversion series, that actually allows it to change its type. And when you think of adaptability in that context, oh yeah, it actually does make perfect sense. So on a Pokemon that actively changes its typing, but retains stab, oh yeah, okay, adaptable. But on every other Pokemon that gets it, yeah, it's just really confusing. So I think that actually is the explanation of adaptability. Yeah, the Japanese name is actually just adaptability, it doesn't answer anything. So it makes sense for Porygon and not for anything else. Eevee also had it in Gen 4. I think it got it in Gen 5, right? Because it's like a hidden ability, I think. It would be cool if there was an ability that combined color change and adaptability or something. Kind of. I mean, there's Protean? Protean's just really good. I can get Eevee getting it, but what's up with Basculegion? I don't know. Or Basculin? I just said Basculegion because, wow, Basculin is so sad. I think a name that would probably make more sense in the context of the Pokemon that get adaptability. A name that I think would probably make more sense might be something like Adapted or Specialist. But it's too late. Adaptability is so good it makes people think Basculin isn't bad. Good point, Walt. Who would know all about people liking things despite them being bad? I think that's everything for adaptability, right? Anything else? One interpretation of this name is that the Pokemon have adapted to their typing and are more proficient at using it, but I think this is kind of a stretch. Yeah, it's fine. Flashback to the Gen 5 tier list. The Gen 5 tier list was like 30 minutes of arguing about Basculin. Mega Lucario? I guess we should mention the Pokemon that get. Okay, we'll mention the Pokemon that get adaptability. So these are all the Pokemon that actually get adaptability. Lots of flexible boys here, I guess, and lots of water types. That might just be because there are a lot of water types overall, though. No questions. I will not be fielding questions from the Basculan Legion. I will not be fielding questions from the Basculan lobby today, alright? Basculan's not good. Okay, I think that's everything for adaptability then. Because life came from the ocean and life is about adapting, I guess. No fielding questions from the Basque Legion. Okay. Why doesn't Feebas have legs? Adaptability is a life orb boost to your stabs. That's one way to look at it. Is that how the math works out? So if it's one, no, it's a little bit weaker, right? Because if you had 100 base power move, with stab it would go to 150. And then with adaptability it would go to 200. But life orb would give you 30% of 150. So adaptability is a little stronger. Any dual types with adaptability? Yeah, Mega Lucario and Mega Beedrill. And I guess Dragalge. And Crawdaunt, so 4. Okay, we did everything. Should mention how well it pairs with choice items. I don't think that's particularly important. Can you stack with Life Orb? Yeah. Okay, so what do we do for Aftermath? There's got to be some sort of math joke in here, right? Aftermath. Well, usually Aftermath, I feel pretty tired, right? Haha. School hard, am I right, guys? So Aftermath. It's like a mini explosion if your opponent knocks you out with a contact move. So it does a set 25% of your opponent's HP if they knock you out with a contact move. Is that useful? Yeah, I don't know if I actually would put an exclamation point on that, though. It might actually be closer to not useless. So the big downside of this move, right, is you have to die. So it's kind of a consolation prize. Hard countered by Damp, by the way, so you gotta watch out for that. You could sort of think of it as activating Rough Skin or Iron Barbs twice. But only once when you get knocked out. It's not really reliable, not something you can build a strategy around. But yeah, it's just like, oh, you died. Well, at least you maybe get to tickle your opponent a bit on your way out. Not too impressive. I think that's it for Aftermath, right? That's... Hard countered by the Titan that is long reach. That is hilarious. Yeah. Okay, we'll actually mention that. And Decidueye trying to prove that it's not the worst Alolan starter by annihilating Aftermath with its hidden ability, Long Reach. It can use contact moves without having to do any math. Oh, and Fantina's gym battle is Aftermath and she uses a Drifblim? Yeah, that's pretty funny. We'll do that. Also, in Fantina's gym, you do actually have to do math. And she has a Drifblim, which has Aftermath. So... it's not good for Nuzlocke, but at the same time, it can be helpful in a hard battle. Also, shoutouts to Fantina, whose gym actually does feature math that you have to do, and she has a Driftblim, who has Aftermath. Such theming. Good job, Game Freak. Okay, I think that's everything for Aftermath, right? Isn't Incineroar the worst Alolan starter in-game? I think it's better than Decidueye. Mention protective pads? Do we have to? These tiles' legibility is like 4 out of 10. Yeah, I was worried about that. Hopefully people don't get so upset at the legibility of the tiles that they just leave the video. I imagine people will just comment about it. Make the color letters a darker color. Okay, I could do that. I can't do it now, but I can do that next time. The yellow tiles are just unreadable. Okay. I don't think it actually matters that much because, I mean, we talk about every ability, but... Crappy tiles to make people comment. Oh, okay, we'll say that. I can read the red just fine. Some of the blue is hard and some of the yellow are just not. Normalized looks like a scribble on the screen. Yeah. They're not crappy tiles, they're scrappy tiles. We're playing Scrapple. Am I late? You haven't missed that much. Chat engagement. Oh yeah, we should mention protective pads. My monitor res is pretty good, so I can read all of it? Okay. I never use mobile, so I imagine this is really unreadable on mobile, but for me on desktop, it, like, looks fine. I also don't think it really matters, because we talk about everything anyway. Oh, we have to talk about protective pads in Aftermath, right? Also, protective pads. They have an inbuilt calculator because they also nullify having to do any math. Okay, that's everything for Aftermath. I'm on mobile, it's even worse. Yeah, I don't think the readability is a big issue. I guess we'll mention that in Anger Point. And we'll say that's just a scheme to get people to comment. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, because we talk about everything anyway. It's just a visual aid. You got the pads from a sports scholarship, so no math needed. Okay, we can redo that. And apparently protective pads, it's from a sports scholarship, so no math needed. Protective pads also negates Aftermath. Wow, $9.99 donation from Prada with an O. Finally up to 1K subs. Congrats! Let's profiting together. Thank you. Although I think I'm the only one profiting. Whoa, super luck. Thank you. Very kind of you. Okay. Oh my, wow. People are really passionate about these, the readability of these. It's time to crack down on the unclear writing with an iron fist. I didn't even talk about Anger Point, and we'll work the poor readability into Anger Point, I guess. Is there any sort of cosplay we can do for Anger Point? Just fix it in post. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm reading everything right now, so. Sunglasses for Crocodile. Hulk edit. Tauros. Angry cheddar, angry eyebrows. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I can do in post, but I don't know if I can actually do anything now. If it was just black text, I think it might be more readable since the colors are so bright. Anger point primate. Just draw the angry symbol? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just, like, growl, I guess. Alright. Anger point. So, anger point, actually pretty useful. That's not true. That's... Anger point. So, a very powerful effect. Basically, when you get crit, you get a belly drum boost. So it's not actually plus 6 attack, it's actually plus 12, because no matter how low your attack is, it'll bring you all the way up to plus 6. So obviously that's great, but how do you actually get crit? That's the problem, right? So I think we maybe, despite our rage, we don't actually have any exclamation points. It's more of a question mark with not useless. So, how to get crit. Your opponent could crit you. You might die, though, so that's not good. Or, in doubles, your partner could crit you. So what you could do is use a fast, weak partner with a multi-hit move and, like, a crit item equipped to hopefully crit you, activate your anger point, at which point you would start using, I guess, Rock Slide to try and sweep your opponent. Or you could even use a 100% crit move like a Frost Breath or a Storm Throw, I guess, to try and activate Anger Point guaranteed. What is your opponent doing during this? Probably not attacking their own partner, right? They're probably doing something a bit better than this, so... Definitely a Giga gimmick, but, I mean, it's fun, right? There's an actual strat where you try to get your opponent to crit you by flinging the berry that increases crit chance. I'm currently learning about a strat where you get your opponent to crit you by flinging the berry at them that increases crit chance. Seems really bad, but really fun. Anger point also the ability of most chatters, and I imagine many commenters, who are very upset at the awful readability of all of these images. Sorry about that. I'll try to make it easier to read next time. Just close combat me, bro. Everybody okay with anger point in not useless? This is, like, not reliable at all. Oh, I should mention that it's just a scheme to get people to comment. Too gimmicky to be any higher. Not useless sounds good? Okay, okay. You'd say below Aftermath? Yeah, we can do that. The devil shivers when chat gets angry. Frost breath. That's funny. Okay, below Aftermath? Okay, yeah, we'll do that too. Anger point, definitely the ability of most chatters who were upset at the awful readability of all the graphics in this. Sorry about that. And if you're watching this in the premium, go ahead and express your anger in the comments. That's... Oh no. Anger point, definitely the ability of most of the chatters upset at how impossible it is to actually read all of these abilities. Sorry about that. It was all just a scheme to get people to comment. Yeah. On the premium about how hard it is to read these. Yeah. Definitely intentional. I'm sorry. I'll try to make it more readable next time. But I also don't think it matters that much because we talk about everything. We're actually going to put anger point below aftermath because aftermath is kind of guaranteed and anger point often doesn't activate, you just die. Okay, I think that's everything for anger point then. We did all the jokes and we put it in the correct place. Aftermath was useful on the low tier stunk before GF removed pursuit. Uh-oh. Then you flash up chat engagement after the aggro point. Alright, I think we can go on to anticipation, right? Okay. Oh no, that didn't look like shuddering at all. We definitely have to shudder. Ooh, I shudder in anticipation of this next one. So anticipation. It alerts you if your opponent has a super effective move against you. It also actually used to do a couple other things. So actually, let's look at that, and we'll redo that so I can actually talk about it. I think it actually used to tell you if your opponent had explosion. Yeah, and then they changed that in Gen 5 because explosion sucks. If a high BP move, it activates. I remember seeing a table about that. Maybe not. No, I don't see anything about the high BP thing. It's just effectiveness, right? Oh, a one hit. It also tells you one hit knockout moves. Yeah, okay. Alright. Ooh, I shudder in anticipation of this next one. Anticipation. So anticipation alerts you if your opponent has a super effective move against you. It also, in Gen 4, used to also make you shudder if they had explosion or self-destruct, but you no longer shudder in Gen 5 and beyond, I guess because they nerfed explosion and they know that it's bad now. So, unfortunately, anticipation doesn't actually tell you what the move is. It just tells you that one of their moves is super effective against you, which in my opinion is not actually that helpful. So this only really would help you if there's... This only really would help you if you have a specific weakness that would cause you to get absolutely blown up. So I guess you'd think this would be kind of good on Ferrothorn, but you'd think this would be kind of good on Ferrothorn, but like not really. You'd rather have the Iron Barbs. I guess Toxicroak can also do some shuddering, but it dies to a stiff breeze. Also weak to flying, by the way. The thing about anticipation is that so things that make anticipation not that useful in my opinion are, well, let's see. So things that make anticipation less useful than you might think are... So there's two things that I think make anticipation less useful than you might assume. So first is that super effective moves aren't actually that dangerous, right? Your whole in-game playthrough and like most casual players' experience is about just like picking super effective moves, but usually you're actually dying to really strong neutral stab moves. Super effective moves are not actually that dangerous, right? The text doesn't kill you. The other thing is that this ability gets worse the better you are. Because the more like meta knowledge you have, the less this ability actually does. So theoretically in game, this is actually useless because you can just look everything up, right? You don't need this to tell you anything. And in competitive, Pokemon typically run very specific sets that you actually already know if you're familiar enough with the game. So you don't need anticipation to tell you anything. And if you actually start shuddering, it's because your opponent has some weird gimmick set that's probably worse than the normal set they should be using. I think all of that is fair to say about anticipation, right? Does your opponent see the shudder? Yes, they do. You think anticipation is worse than anger point? Yeah. Does it work with hidden power? I think it does. Let's check that. I'm pretty sure it does. Yes. It does work with hidden power. Anticipation does actually work with hidden power, which is probably the most unpredictable form of super effective coverage. Whiscash gets it, which is, I guess, kinda useful. If only Swampert had anticipation to see that energy ball coming, such a tragedy could have been avoided. And that's that's talking about the Smogon incident where a mod got absolutely destroyed by a surprise energy ball Jellicent and started just banning people. Oh yeah, we will mention that. Whiscash having anticipation is actually very flavorful because in Japan we say that catfish have the ability to predict earthquakes. Should I actually explain? I should probably actually explain the energy ball thing for people who are watching, right? Yeah. Instead of just staring into the camera, I'll do that. If only a different water ground type, Swampert, actually had anticipation, maybe we could have avoided the tragedy of Energy Ball Jellicent. If you don't know the legend, apparently a Smogon mod got absolutely blown up. He did not shudder in anticipation of an energy ball from a Jellicent, and he went on a rampage just banning people until eventually admin stepped in and used a super effective ban against him. Never forget. Okay, I think that's a good explanation. I think that's everything for anticipation. We're actually going to move anticipation below anger point because it really doesn't do anything. Let's see. Anticipation fans just shuddering in their seats because we're actually going to move it below anger point. I don't think it does that much. And since we just spent so much time talking about predicting, and since we just spent so much time talking about anticipation and why it's not that good, we may as well. And all this talk about anticipation not being that good, and all this talk about the mechanics. What, anticipation fans? We are going to talk about Forewarn next. And all of the mechanics that make anticipation not that useful are foreshadowing for Forewarn. Only 3 uses of 4 there. Forewarn. So Forewarn actually does tell you what move your opponent has. It reveals to you their highest base power move. That is generally... Actually, I'm just going to put this in useless because you know what their highest base power move is, right? Guys, I think this Excadrill might try to Earthquake me. Just a wild postulation, though. Who knows if that's actually true? I don't think there's anything else to say about Forewarn, right? The enemy can also see you being forewarned. Less than four things to say about it. Forewarned, the worst anticipation. What if, hypothetically, a fighting... Okay, we'll do another Ben Shapiro thing, I guess. It's like, what if, hypothetically, just for the sake of argument, a fighting type used close combat? What's the reason the abilities are colored the way they are anyway? Its red abilities are offensive. Red abilities are offensive. Blue abilities are defensive. And yellow abilities are support or other. Does it mess up imposter Pokemon? Do you mean illusion Pokemon? Or like imposter Ditto? Why aren't all of them red? Because some of these colors are offensive to the eyes. I was thinking about saying that. We do talk about how ugly these are during Anger Point. Illusion? Oh, they were talking about illusion. Like, yeah, I guess this would... It would tell you Forewarned is good for imposter and illusion. It doesn't do anything against imposter. Day 1 of asking for a Cheese Shapiro style video. Keep asking, it's not gonna happen. I guess we'll mention, like, okay, so, like, the smallest of uses for Forewarn is if your opponent has illusion, you might get forewarned about a powerful move that they shouldn't be able to learn. But there's a lot of other ways to see through illusion that don't involve forewarn. Yeah, like, I don't know what are people talking about with Imposter. Imposter is Ditto's ability that makes it transform immediately. So they transform into you. I assume you know what your own moves are. So the smallest of niches for Forewarn is that if your opponent has illusion, you might get forewarned about the smallest of niches for Forewarn is if your opponent has illusion, you might get forewarned about a strong move that they shouldn't have. So that'll tip you off to them being a faker, but there's much more effective ways to see through the illusion disguise. One of them is having eyes and looking at the team preview. Oh, they have a Zoroark, so one of their Pokemon is going to be disguised. There we go. I think that's everything for Forewarn, right? I can't read, bro. But if you can't read, then Forewarn can't even help you. I found you, Faker. Faker! I'm glad you picked up on that's why I was saying Faker that way. I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. Who's the best disguise for Zoroark? I don't know. Like, actual advice for seeing through Zoroark is probably paying attention to entry hazards and just HP. Like, illusion might fool you once in the battle, but once like Pokemon start taking damage from switching in through entry hazards or just like getting hit, you should be able to tell which one is the fake one. I'll make you eat those words. Okay. Yeah, fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me. You get fooled once. You can't get fooled again. If people don't know where that's from, that's former U.S. President George W. Bush. Who I think was actually being smart in that quote, because the actual quote is "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." And he didn't want to say "shame on me" because then you could very easily make a soundbite out of the president saying "shame on me." So that's why he turned it into that weird, like, non-quote. It was actually smart. Disguise History in Zoroark might actually be usable because the typing is so much better with 3 immunities. You could maybe trick someone. That's true. History informs when. I think that's everything for anticipation and forewarn, right? That actually makes sense, but I think I'm giving the guy too much credit. Yeah, that's probably true. It's probably true. Okay, microwaved food. Yikes. What a username. Sorry. Okay, let's go to the next one. Bad dreams. Bad dreams. I mean, just insert your personal nightmare here, right? This is the signature ability of Darkrai. So Darkrai is mostly interested in just killing you, and Bad Dreams kind of helps with that. So Bad Dreams is half a nightmare, but it's always active. So what happens is Darkrai sends you to the Shadow Realm with an 80% accuracy Dark Void, and then you lose an eighth of your HP a turn if you're asleep and Darkrai is on the field. That's pretty significant chip damage. And it's way, way, way better than Nightmare because you don't actually have to spend a turn on it. R.I.P. Dark Void. This ability is now way worse since Dark Void now sucks. But it used to be pretty good. Now I think Darkrai is not gonna bother with any void. Now I'd say this ability is mostly null and void because you're just not gonna use the sadly nerfed Dark Void. You're just going to use your very good offensive stats to just try and kill the opponent. I guess you're not that broken up about it. It would be better if Darkrai's main move to put people to sleep was hypnosis. Damn you, Smeargle. Someone blame Smeargle. A question in the Gen 7 games tier list, will the island scans be ranked as well? That's a long way away. I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that. Cheese dreams of fighting another Onyx with another Onyx and being stuck with Gen 4 game speed. Please no. It's a good dream, but we'll use that. Yeah. Used to be sweet dreams, but after the Dark Void nerf, nothing but bad dreams. Imagine having a signature move that puts people to sleep, but your better option is actually hypnosis. And Game Freak, have mercy. I think that's everything for bad dreams, right? Looks like it's lights out for Darkrai. Okay. What imported cheese turned into domestic cheese? Let's move on. Darkrai can't take much more of this. He's gonna cry. Yeah. Okay, last thing, I guess. Honestly, an actual loaf of Dark Rye might be more effective in combat than Darkrai trying to use the nerf to Dark Void. Okay. Next. You wouldn't download a stat boost. Actually, you would. And about 50% of the time, you're going to be getting a pretty good deal. The download is pretty good. So how it works is when you switch in, it boosts either your attack or your special attack by one stage based on the lower defensive stat of your opponent. So if your opponent has lower defense, you gain attack, and if your opponent has lower special defense, you gain special attack. So on Porygon, when you get special attack, this is really good. It's basically like Intrepid Sword, right? Intrepid Sword always boosts attack on a Pokemon that I hear is pretty good. Just a rumor, though. Unfortunately, 50% of the time on Porygon, this is kind of a dud, because if you get the attack raise, well, that does nothing. This is actually much better on Genesect, who's the only other download Pokemon, and who actually can use both sides of the attacking spectrum. So either way, you're pretty happy with the download boost on Genesect. Gonna download my Sorry I'm late, how's it been? Welcome. Hello, you were the most entertaining PokeTuber I've ever seen. Thank you, welcome. It's the best way to play every Pokemon. Yeah, apparently it's a pretty decent mod that has Intrepid Sword. Yeah. Alright. You should clearly be running a mixed Porygon Z with Sharpen to take advantage of the attack boost. You may as well throw on Conversion and Conversion 2 as well, just to get some alternate stab in there. What's the download speed? It's pretty fast. It's instant. Don't forget try attack. Question, what milk are you made from, Cheese? I don't actually have an answer to that. I'm sorry. Must be using optic fiber. Hey, Cheese, this is an off-topic question, but do you prefer stab or coverage options to be prioritized first for in-game playthroughs for Pokemon in general? In general, you should just be using stab. Like, stab, usually your best stab move is going to be better than a weak, super effective coverage move. The premium edit should have the wouldn't download a cartoon behind it. So I don't know if it'll have the tune, but it will have a graphic. But it'll be like you wouldn't download a stat boost with like Porygon Z on it. If you want to run a canonical Porygon Z set, it's got to be download to take... If you want to run the canonical Porygon Z set, it's download, sharpen to take advantage of physical download boosts, both conversions 1 and 2, and then of course your signature move Tri-Attack, right? Complete set. I know that sharpen doesn't affect Porygon. I know that sharpen doesn't affect Tri-Attack. That's the joke. The super effective Swindle if it's Onyx. Even super effective stab moves are not what they seem. And of course, download hard counters NFTs, right? Anything else to say about download? Any more download jokes? We should probably talk about why it's not as... We should probably talk about the biggest downside, right? Gonna get a lot of commenters who don't get that joke. About the NFT one? I think that one's pretty easy. Do I think download or adaptability is better for Porygon? In general, I think adaptability is better. The biggest downside of download is that you can't control which boost you get. You generally know which stat... The biggest downside of download is that you can't really control which boost you get. Generally, you know which of your opponent's defensive stats is lower, but when that opponent is on the field might not be when you want to send out your download Pokemon for the appropriate boost, so that makes this ability kind of hard to use. Okay, I think that's everything for download then. Maybe Porygon could use it to download a better Pokemon instead of Porygon. Porygon's not that bad, with all of its evolutions. There's a whole movie about a virus Digimon downloading itself on the electronic device. I think I saw that. When the stats are tied, does it do a 50-50 or default to one of them? I don't know. Let's check. I mean, this is like never going to matter, but we may as well do it, right? See, download. Ah. Just some bonus download trivia that's never gonna matter, but in case of a tie between the foe's defense and special defense, download increases special attack, so I guess you come out on top there. And during a double or triple battle, download will calculate the average defense and special defense by adding the stats of all opposing Pokemon and determine the lowest stat between both averages. That's kind of cool. Okay, I think we're done with download. It's a lot of caveats for a really niche ability. I don't think it's that niche. Well, I mean, I guess only 2 Pokemon have it. Which Porygon is the cutest? Porygon Z, right? Like, its animations are really fun, because it's, like, freaking out. Okay. Dry Skin. This ability is ashy as hell. Dry Skin's really, really good. I think better than you would think. I don't know if it's Mon-defining, but it's pretty close, so... What Dry Skin does is, well, first it has some negatives attached, so if it's sunny outside, then you actually like start losing health each turn, and you don't quite gain a fire weakness. You actually take 25% more damage from fire moves. What's the trade-off? Well, in rain, you get Super Rain Dish. Instead of Leftovers Recovery, you get 1/8 of your health a turn, which is huge, as we'll see on another ability later on. And perhaps even more importantly than that, You are better than immune to water. You actually absorb water. So most of the time, this actually ends up being water absorb plus. It's water absorb stapled to super rain dish. Wow. And it does have downside, right? Which we talked about, but just don't be in a situation where the downside actually matters, right? You wouldn't use this on a sun team, so that part is completely irrelevant. And generally, taking more fire damage also doesn't matter because it's raining, right? There you go. If you plan correctly, I think you're very happy with your skin being ashen. Get that lotion. And by lotion, I mean rain. All right, let me see what I missed because I kind of had all of that like planned about. It's kind of bad water. It's better water absorb. Dry skin AKY Parasect usage in Gen 4 Ubers. Not a joke. Dry skin Parasect actually saw some use in Ubers as a counter Kyogre. That's Parasect only. Yeah. It's so much more upside for just 25% more fire damage. Yep. Pokemon, but now with skincare DLC. 4x weakness versus 8x weakness. Does it really matter if you die anyway? F for Water Spout. Watch out for Mold Breaker Scald. Water immunity is very good. Yeah. I think adaptability's still better. I think Dry Skin's better. So this is both very good on rain teams and also very good against rain teams. Kyogre hates it when you don't take care of your skin. So does Dracovish. I forgot about this. Please forgive me for being late. I forgive you. Welcome. I guess we'll mention Parasect as well. So this ability is both very good on rain teams and also very good against rain teams, where attacks get so strong that it's not enough to just resist them. You sort of have to be immune. So Kyogre hates it when you don't follow a skincare routine. So does Dracovish. You know an ability is pretty good when you'd actually consider using Parasect because it's got some dry skin. Okay, I think that's everything for dry skin, right? We talked about the positives, we talked about the negatives, we talked about why the negatives don't really matter. We made a lot of skin jokes. Can we get a Chad Parasect edit? I'm not planning on that. We just have the Nightmare Parasect edit of myself. That's all we have so far. And we did mention that this is most of the time water absorb. This is most of the time better water absorb and better rain dish. Good ability. Okay. I'm a chatter. Oh, thank you. Okay. I think we can go to the next one, right? Just put some medals on the Parasect edit. I'll take the medals from Phelps and give it the Parasect. Okay, let's go to the next one. Filter. Hashtag with filter, I guess. So this is on every Pokemon's Instagram. That's terrible. That's just... We're going to do Solid Rock at the same time because they're the same ability. No, we are going to say hashtag with filter, but I don't know if we're going to do the Instagram thing. is there like a Pokemon Instagram thing? Like what's the Rotom phone thing where you could like post pictures? Trapinch actually talking about what the ability does. I agree with that it doesn't do enough, but actually any lore about why Dryskin was created to sign on such Pokemon like the huge power and rabbits? Unfortunately not, so there's nothing really to talk about there. Nothing with any of the abilities we've talked about so far. The closest is Forewarn being like prophetic dream, but I mean, I think Forewarn gets that across fine. The Alola Photo Club, okay. Filter. Hashtag with filter, one of the best abilities if you intend to enter your pictures into the Alola Photo Club. So filter, it's functionally the same as solid rock, so we'll do that at the same time. Definitely solid abilities, but a bit underwhelming. So what filter and solid rock do is that they reduce super effective damage you take. Well, that's pretty good. Reduce it by 50%? I wish. Reduce it by 25%. That's not nothing. There might be times where you're barely hanging in there and you're glad you installed that filter or that you're made of solid rock. But generally, if you're Mr. Mime filtering that choice band bullet punch, you still die. And if you're Rhyperior filtering that surf, you still die. Definitely more effective on Rhyperior, where a super effective, like maybe fighting move, or that very same bullet punch that just killed Mr. Mime, might actually be doing less damage to you because of your solid rock. I think Mega Aggron also has filter, which is pretty useful. I just wish that the numbers on filter were a bit higher. It just doesn't quite do enough. Allows Rhyperior to live a Starmie's Hydro Pump. That is definitely not true. Don't people run Rockhead on Mega Aggron instead? I think Mega Aggron only has filter. Do I have a coffee filter? I do, actually. I can get that, I guess. Oh, in Sandstorm? Oh, yeah, okay, sure. I guess I'll get my coffee filter. Why do we do these stupid props? Wear it on my head like a hat? Well, I mean, there's literally a filter right in front of me, right? This is a pop filter. Why am I in a kitchen? This is my whole apartment, bro. I live in Japan. Like, it's a shoebox. My bed is, like, right there. There's only one room. Pop culture, pop filter. So, last comments about filter. We're going to talk about this filter. We're going to talk about this filter. Any other filters? Something about chat filters, right? And if you comment about how this joke is bad, I'll filter out your comments. I think that's it. Yeah. Which is more expensive per space, Tokyo apartments or New York City apartments? That's actually a good question. With a direct answer, it's New York, because prices in Japan are actually very reasonable. I've actually been using filter this whole time because this thing right here is called a pop filter. The filters are out of control. I've got a coffee filter, and if you think that this bit is lame and boring, I can filter the comments. So you're just screaming into the void. Hopefully not the dark void. I don't want to sound rude, but can I ask when you're uploading this? What do you mean? It's being uploaded right now. That's pretty good, right? Oh, the premium edited version. Probably Friday. It would be sooner, but I have to work tomorrow, so it's going to be a little delayed. I guess I will. The question about apartment prices. So, apartments are actually very reasonable in Japan. So, I pay like, it would be about $600 US a month for my apartment. It's really small, but I mean, it works for me. And this same apartment in New York would cost you like easily 5 times that much, I'd say. It's disgusting, but Japan has a lot more affordable housing. Yeah, like $600 a month. Friday, I'm going to upload yesterday. That's it. Okay. Good joke, man. Obviously, I mean next Friday. Okay, I think that's enough about filter, right? The only other thing we could do is just talk about how saying you have no filter is just code for saying you're a jerk. Last thing about filter, us. Nah, we don't have to say that. I'll say it to you guys, but the premium won't ever see that. But yeah, I think most people agree, like, saying I have no filter just means you're a jerk. It's sort of like saying, no offense, but followed by an offensive comment. We can't just filter out the good jokes for the filter. I'm just being real. Okay, we will go with that, I guess. Because we can use that for some other abilities later. We're gonna do that. Last note about filter. If you say that your ability is not having a filter, it's just code for being a jerk, right? I have no filter. No offense, but I mean, I just tell it how it is. Air filter. I have dark type friends. Oh my god. Real excuses that people use. Having no filter is reckless. Yeah, okay. We will say that because probably at some point when we talk about a bad ability, we're gonna just like tell it how it is. Will I get filtered if I say domesticated cheese is better than imported cheese? I think domesticated cheese is pretty different than domestic cheese, right? Last thing we'll say about filter. If you say that you have no filter. Last thing about filter. If you say that you have no filter, that just means you're a jerk. I have no filter. I tell it how it is. No offense, but look, I just speak what's on my mind, and that's why people can't handle me. Alright, that's enough. My friends are all water types. They're 60% water. I hope you haven't... Okay, we're done with filter. How many takes left for filter? We're done. We can go to the next one. Flower gift. If you have no filter, that might be why you have no friends. I tried looking up Gardevoir pics with no filter. It did not go well. Alright, enough filter. Okay. Flower gift. More like flower grift. Can I flower re-gift this? I don't want it. It's not that bad. So flower gift is the signature ability of the Cherrim line. And in sunny weather, it boosts your attack and your speed. No, that would actually be pretty good. Your defense, I mean, okay, that would make sense. You know, usually physical stats are tied together. No, it boosts your attack and your special defense. What a weird combo. So the big thing about Flower Gift, I guess what makes it actually a gift, is that in doubles, it also boosts your partner. So it kind of turns you into a stat battery for your partner. That's almost useful. The big thing is you have to sort of think about the cost of using this, which is you then have to use Cherrim, who sucks. And if you're using this in Sun, that means you also have to use a Drought Setter, and the Drought Setters suck. So that's a third of your team that is already useless. So you're playing 4v6. And if you're using this, you're in a double battle, right? And double battle is usually only 4 Pokemon. So that's half of your team that's useless. No thanks! Can I get, like, store credit on different Pokemon? And all this discussion about Flower Gift doesn't really matter because they're sold out, right? Has anybody actually seen a Cherrim? I'm looking for one. I'm trying to complete this quest. Hello? Anyone seen one? Hello? Okay, I think that's... Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for that, but, I think that's everything for Flower Gift. Let me see what I missed. Flower Gift emoji. Shaman doesn't have this, no. Signature move for a certain mythical... Oh, does Shaman have this? I didn't think it did. I wouldn't want this as a Christmas gift. It's attack and special defense. We did mention that. Take note, he said that Mega Charizard, Y, and Groudon suck. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I should mention that I'm talking about not Ubers. Sorry, Cherrim, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, better. The actual Flower Gift is leftovers, just sold out. Should show a well-known grifter for flower grift. There's a lot of those. Mention the Shuckle max damage thing with Flower Gift. I guess we could do that. Shaman should... Okay, yeah, Shaman doesn't have this, right? Yeah, it doesn't. I still can't figure out how to Flower Gift subs. The actual Flower Gift was the friends we made along the way. Okay, so we'll mention Flower Gifting subs, and then we'll mention the max damage calculation. I think that'll be it for Flower Gift. This mechanic also doesn't exist on YouTube. I'm trying to Flower Gift subs, but like I can't find the option. If anybody knows how, please let me know. And if you're trying to do a meme max damage calculation with rollout Shuckle, then Flower Gift is actually part of that, since it's a boost you can't get otherwise. Just put Bernie Madoff on the screen and see how old your audience is. I assume most people watching don't actually know who Bernie Madoff is. They probably think, oh, is that the last name of Bernie from Three Houses? I think that's everything for Flower Gift, right? Bernie Madoff? That's pretty funny. Nobody's gonna get that. Is that Bernie Sanders' last name? Yeah, Bernie Sanders Madoff, right? Everyone knows the last name of Bernie from Three Houses is Varley, the best character in the game. Please no. I'll figure out something to put for Flower Gift. Probably just an NFT. Okay. How long? Oh, wow, it's already been almost 2 hours. Uh-oh. Colonel Bernie Sanders Madoff, thank you for your service. Okay. We'll think of something. There's lots of potential things. A long 5 turns, this? I don't know what that means. We lost time at being angry at the font. Yeah. I'll probably put a pinned comment about the non-fungible porygon. Okay, let's go to the next one. Skulls. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okay. Alright. Frisk! So Frisk has a very straightforward and actually very useful ability. It reveals your opponent's held item, and unlike revealing one of their moves, revealing their one held item is actually very, very powerful. I'm gonna put it up here. So knowing your opponent's item is incredibly useful. Sometimes you can figure it out on your own, right? If they come in and it says they're floating on air balloon, well, hey, they told you that one for free. But oftentimes you don't actually know what item they're holding until. Okay, well, we'll try that one more time. But I do think this is a good placement for it. Okay, so Frisk! So Frisk has a very straightforward effect. It reveals your opponent's held item. So unlike Forewarn and Anticipation revealing one of your opponent's moves that you probably already knew, Frisk revealing your opponent's one held item that you probably didn't know is actually very important because several strong Pokemon might have multiple items that they might consider, and the way you deal with them changes drastically depending on what item they're holding. So typically, you don't know that your opponent has a choice scarf until they've already killed you. Because they outsped you when you didn't expect it. But if you frisk them, that'll never happen to you. So this is actually very useful information. Let's see. The chat is like entirely Undertale jokes. I've never played Undertale, I'm sorry, so I have no idea what any of that means. Frisk is the protagonist's name? Oh, okay. I'm missing out. We'll play it someday. But honestly, the fans are so obnoxious, I don't want to play it. It seems like a nightmare. We are going to talk about the name of this ability, though, for sure. Frisk is even useful in single player because if you're hunting for items, Frisk is even useful in single player because if you're hunting for items on wild Pokemon, instead of catching them all or using Thief, just have a Frisk Pokemon and you can see if they're holding the item you want, and then you can catch them or steal it. Useful. We gotta talk about the name of this ability, though, because it's kind of awful. So, the Japanese name of this is Omitoshi, which means, like, true sight or, like, perceptive. That's probably what I would have gone with. So, that's why this is generally on Pokemon that have some association with being able to see things. Well, let's see. Let's see the Pokemon that actually get this. I know, like, Alolan Exeggutor has this. Probably gonna have to redo that, but it's overall like pretty good. Yeah, unobstruct Omitoshi, yeah. So we gotta talk about the name of this ability because it's really weird. So in Japanese, it's called omitoshi, which is sort of like true sight or like unobstructed sight. I probably would have called this ability perceptive. So that's why this is on a bunch of abilities. So that's why this is on a bunch. Okay, well, let's see. Investigator in Italian? Oh, that's good. We gotta talk about the ability. We gotta talk about the ability. We gotta talk about the name of this ability because it's really weird. So in Japanese, it's omitoshi, which is something like unobstructed sight or like true sight. In English, I probably would have gone with perceptive, which is why this is generally on Pokemon that have some sort of augmented ability to see, right? You've got Alolan Exeggutor who's just kind of peering down and seeing that you're wearing a lovely choice band. The English word frisk, I don't think is ever good. Friskies is a brand of cat food. I guess if you're getting frisky with someone, hopefully you're both having a good time. But in general, the verb frisk means to touch someone generally in a way they're not comfortable with as you're searching them for items. So not the word I would have chosen. And I am from New York City, which has a famously awful policy called stop and frisk, which gives law enforcement the ability to stop and frisk you if they determine that you look suspicious. How do you think they determine who looks suspicious? Take a wild guess. Okay. Yeah, they may as well have called this grope. Content of their character? I wish. Yeah, you know how they determine who's suspicious. I kind of look suspicious. I have an Arab name. At least they don't know my name, but if they did, yeah. Excuse me, sir. We're gonna need you to stop. Very sad. I think that's it for Frisk, though. We actually talked about the ability, and we talked about the weird name. America at its finest. Yep. That comment is going to get some people's anger point. Uh-oh. We'll see. Astronauts? Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, I think that's it for Frisk, right? Marowak should have this ability. Okay. My name is also a common Hispanic name? Yeah. It definitely started as an Arab name, though. Okay. Gluttony. Best European Smash Ultimate player? Okay. Gluttony. So definitely the ability of all those wonderful Twitch reactors who add so much to the content by sitting in the corner and stuffing their faces and not saying anything. I hate reaction videos. The actual ability, Gluttony, it's surprisingly useful. So what it does is it causes you to activate your pinch berries at 50% instead of 25. So one of the main challenges of pinch berries, despite them having powerful effects, is that you generally die while trying to actually activate them, unless you do like substitute strategies, at which point you're about to die. So Gluttony allows you to get access to your berry at a much more reasonable health total when you might actually be able to use the boost, and perhaps more importantly, 50% is the health total that Belly Drum brings you to. So if you Belly Drum with Gluttony, then with your Slackberry boost, you're ready to go. I did this with Lanoon in Gen 4 Never Used to reach number 1 on the Never Used ladder. What a battler! Gluttony is pretty good. I think it definitely goes in useful. It just makes all of these pinchberry strategies a lot more reliable, and reliability generally pretty good. Alright, let's see, what did I miss here? I have Gluttony IRL, so do I. Oh, what is my name? Oh yeah, that's a good point. My name is Omar. Snorlax should learn all about this ability. Snorlax doesn't even have this, right? Mukbang channels have this ability. But at least that's actually the content, right? Very good for Belly Drum. Mentioned that. Green, Belly Drum, Pinchberry. Yeah, okay, so... this was noticeably better in Gen 7 when... This is noticeably better in Gen 7 when everyone at Game Freak became a farmer and decided that berries should be the best thing ever. And then they nerfed it, which also... Okay. Noticeably better in Gen 7 when everyone at Game Freak became a farmer and they decided to buff berries through the roof. And then they came to their senses, nerfed berries, and also, accordingly, that nerfed Gluttony. But it's still pretty good. Am I Arab? Yes, I'm Egyptian and Japanese. Oh, Snorlax has Gluttony as a hidden ability? Oh, okay. Oh, they didn't directly nerf Gluttony. They nerfed the berries. Which indirectly nerfs Gluttony, because Gluttony interacts with berries. I think that's everything for Gluttony, right? You thought I was American? I am American. I was born and raised in America, but my parents are Egyptian and Japanese. I can be real life Yugi. Yugi ripped me off, okay? I was born before Yu-Gi-Oh started. I was the original Egyptian, okay? Is this a very good ability? I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm a dual type, okay? So I always like dual types. Okay, I think we're done with Gluttony, right? Okay. Alright, next. Oh, hopefully you can't hear the construction next door. There better be an intro edit of me as Yami Yugi for the intro now. No, I already have the intro decided. I think people will like it. A dual type or a dual type? That's really funny. Okay. Heat proof! A bit of a misnomer because it's literally not heat proof. This is most of the time just bad flash fire, because flash fire actually makes you heat proof, right? It negates the fire move entirely. This is also bad thick fat, because thick fat gives you resistance to both fire and ice. Heat proof only gives you a resistance to fire, but it's not strictly worse because apparently it also reduces damage from burn. But most moves that burn you are actually fire type, so Flash Fire does a better job at that anyway. But if you happen to get burned by Scald or Tri-Attack, you will only take 3% damage a turn. Wow! We're like dunking on Heat Proof a bit, but it's actually pretty good. I think the only Pokemon that has this is the Bronzong line. And it's actually incredibly useful because Bronzong's other ability, Levitate, is much better. So everybody automatically assumes you have Levitate, because why wouldn't you? And if you have Heat Proof, it's basically for free, because your opponent is not going to Earthquake you, they assume you have Levitate, and you get to resist fire moves anyway. Yay! There are downsides to trying to be cheeky like that, because you can't actually switch it on Earthquake, because you don't actually Levitate, and you will still take damage from entry hazards. But it is a fun, like, trick you can try and pull to get two abilities. talk about the myth of Bronzong and Heatproof? What's the myth? Levitate does not show up as a text box when you switch in. Air Balloon does, though. Stealth Rocks be like, but you still take the damage? We're going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh wording when we get to Storm Drain, because Storm Drain used to have Yu-Gi-Oh wording where you still take the damage. Bronzong lore says that it would summon rain. Yeah, so Bronzong is based on a style of bell here in Japan that is said to help bring the rain. But I don't think that's related to Heatproof. Let me make sure what I said about Heatproof is actually true. I think it is. Yeah. Halves damage done by fire type attacks and the burn status ailment. Thanks. There's also one ability I have to double check here because it like randomly prevents Intimidate. I remember being really confused by that. I think Scrappy does it. Yeah. Just because. Okay. Just had to check that. Okay, I think that's everything for Heatproof. Anything else? So much damage. Oh, how much damage would a Heatproof Mon take after the burn nerf? 3%, right? Because it halves the damage from burn and burn now does 6%. Okay, are we ready to talk about Honey Gather? I think we are, right? There's another off-topic thing, but I just noticed that Rufflet and History and Bravery look strangely similar. They're the same Pokemon, right? Isn't that why? I think it's pretty good how most abilities qualify as useful so far. Yeah, a lot of these abilities are actually like better than useless. All right, so I gotta get it. Here we go. I'm literally using Honey Gather. We got it. Alright. Honey Gather. Literally just use this ability. I think this is a very clear candidate for Mon defining. So what Honey Gather does is, after battle, it gives you the chance to pick up honey. Now you can then sell this honey to the shop, and you can do this forever and ever. So this is literally just an infinite money cheat that completely breaks the game wide open. I can't, no, this sucks. This move does nothing. It's so awful. Oh, bother. Don't bother with this ability. Oh. So Honey Gather allows you to gather honey after battle. What does honey actually do? So honey is tied to the worst catching mechanic of all time, which is the Gen 4 honey trees. You can slather honey on trees, and 6 hours later you get to catch a Wurmple. Wow. Amazing. In later generations, you can use it to in later generations, so in Gen 6, you could use it to immediately begin a horde battle. That's almost useful, except you can also do that with Sweet Scent, which isn't even consumable. And the worst part of all of this is that you can just buy honey. Like, you don't need this ability to get honey. I'm not going to stick a Combi in my team just so I can get that not-so-sweet honey. Awful. Honey was better than Headbutt. Would be a good time to bring up the Honey sponsorship. What else do I have to say about Honey Gather? Hashtag not sponsored. Free money though, bro. So like, actually, like, the money's not that useful in Pokemon. Because you get a ton of it and you can't really do anything with it. It's not that useful. Yeah. Like, I mean, just compare this ability to Pickup. Like, if you compare this ability to Pickup, this ability should definitely be put down. It's horrible. Let's see, I gotta get... Okay. Combie's my Pokemon. I'll do it. And we're gonna go ahead and we'll add in a Remoraid there. If you don't know where that comes from, that's a very famous American movie, Old Yeller, where unfortunately the kid's dog, Old Yeller, gets rabies at the end and has to be put down, and the kid says, "Yeller's my dog, I'll do it." It's actually very sad. I wish Game Freak would buff this ability so it becomes better. What else to say about Honey Gather? We gotta do B jokes, right? Dude, Combee has got to be one of the saddest Pokemon in the game, right? Because if you're a male Combee, your life just sucks. You're a Sigma male forever. You can't do anything but gather B. Gather B, okay. Honestly, Combee might be one of the saddest Pokemon ever. Because if you're a male Combee, you're stuck as a Sigma male forever, just gathering honey. You never get to evolve. And if you're a female, you get to evolve into Vespiquen. Congratulations. A Pokemon that Game Freak cares so little about, even though it's in Gen 8, they still Pokemon snapped its signature moves. Too much work to program, I guess. According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way bees should be able to fly. Oh, okay. Vita can be worse. I have a question. So my friend and I have been debating on which animal is better, giraffe or red panda? They're so different. Rubombi has some competitive use. Does Rubombi have Honey Gather? What in the world? Oh, Vespiquen only lost Heal Order. It still has Attack and Defend Order? Oh, okay. They only snapped Heal Order? Okay. I still don't know why they did that. I mean, you generally use Roost, but I guess it's too much work to program. Okay, Rubombi. Okay, well, we'll mention that then. Alright. Oh, Rubombi has Shield Dust? Okay. Combee has just got to be one of the most miserable Pokemon ever, right? Because if you're a male Combee, you're doomed to life as a Sigma male, just gathering honey until the end of your days, never being able to evolve. And if you're female, you get to evolve into Vespiquen. Wow. A Pokemon that Game Freak cares so little about that even though it's in Gen 8, they still Pokemon snapped one of its signature moves. Why? Honey Grind set. Rubombi actually has the option to also gather honey, or the option of using an actual good ability, Shield Dust. Use Shield Dust. Teddy Ursa can also use Honey Gather, or Good Honey Gather, also known as Pickup, or Quick Feet, also known as the correct choice. Wow, for 2 tier lists in a row. I think we should let this ability be and move on. Yeah, I think we're about done. For 2 tier lists in a row. Not the bees. Not the bees! Okay, we're done with Honey Gather. I think we did everything, right? We talked about how it's just worse than a Pickup. We talked about how Honey doesn't do anything. And we talked about the Pokemon that get it. There we go. White font on yellow background is hard to read. JS. It's very hard not to ban people. But thank you for letting me know. Nobody else has informed me of this. You're the first. No, we talked about it earlier. Okay. Are we ready to go to the next one? I think so. Honey from Sword and Shield. Oh, I didn't play the DLC. He just joined. Oh, no need to apologize. I probably sounded really aggressive, but no, a lot of people have mentioned it. I'll probably make the text black. That might be easier to read. But I can't actually change anything now because these are all images. The text isn't separate from the background. Okay, I think we can talk about hydration, which I'm going to use right now. Make it black and white, yeah. Okay. Hydration. Hydration. Very useful. So what hydration does is every single turn in rain, it heals your status condition. So essentially, if you're in rain, you cannot be status. It's actually a little bit better than that, because what you can do is you can rest to fully heal your HP, and then if it's raining and you have hydration, you wake up immediately. So it basically gives you super recover if you're on a rain team, which is actually very powerful. Makes you very difficult to kill if you have any sort of bulk. So I think we're going to go ahead and put this here-ish. It's pretty good. And it's more evidence that Game Freak just hates grass types and hates sun, because it's just better than Leaf Guard in pretty much every way. So Leaf Guard has a similar effect. What Leaf Guard does is that if it's sunny, you can't be statused. Now that sounds pretty similar to hydration curing status at the end of each turn, but it's worse in several important ways. The first thing is if you get statused and then it becomes sunny, well, Leaf Guard does nothing. It doesn't save you. The other one is, of course, the other minus is that the rest interaction doesn't work. Initially, you would just go to sleep and then just stay asleep. Leaf Guard doesn't wake you up. But now you just can't rest at all. So yeah, no rest for grass types. Not that I would trust a type with 5 weaknesses to guard me anyway. Awful. Why does Game Freak hate grass and sun? And of course, this is the signature ability. And of course, this is the hidden ability of Chikorita, right? Can't give it anything good. Alright, what did I miss? Hydration and net rest is pretty nice, yeah. Drink water in the intro. We'll probably put, milk drink Link, I think. Just wait till Gen 5 where Sap Sipper exists. Leaf Guard is proof Arceus hates Chikorita. It's not the worst thing ever. It's probably even better than Overgrow, but... I think that's everything for Hydration and Leaf Guard, right? Is everybody okay with Hydration here and Leaf Guard here? Better than Overgrow doesn't mean much. Overgrow's not that bad. But yeah. I think that's all the meaningful differences between Hydration and Leaf Guard. We can try and find a situation where Leaf Guard is actually better. So I think the only situation is like if the weather is not up and your opponent thunder waves you. No. Wait, that doesn't even work. If you get thunder waved. Okay, yeah. So thunder wave. The turn you get thunder wave, if your opponent is faster and thunder waves you. Okay, there we go. So I think the only situation where Leaf Guard is actually better is if your opponent is faster and thunder waves you. You might lose your turn before Hydration can cure you, but if you have Leaf Guard, you never get paralyzed in the first place. And I guess the same thing also applies to getting frozen. Leaf Guard is still way worse. Okay, there we go. I think that's it. Watcher 2, good night, and thank you for joining as a pewter peon. Okay, I think that's it for Hydration and Leaf Guard. Okay. Ice Body. Ice Body. So this is a weather-shifted version of Rain Dish. Rain Dish gave you an additional leftovers effect if it was raining. Ice Body allows you to incorporate some of that fallen hail into your chilly body. That's terrible. Ice Body, not an Ice Body. Okay, we'll do that. Ice Bodied. That's pretty funny. Okay, I like that. By Frosty Flame. Okay, I actually will say your name because that's hilarious. Ice Body. Okay. Ice Body. So this is a weather-shifted version of Rain Dish. So Rain Dish gave you a bonus leftovers recovery under rain. Very useful. Ice Body gives you that effect under hail. Yeah, Ice Body. More like Ice Bodied. Courtesy of chatter Frosted Flakes. Very thematic. Yeah, this is a defensive ability on ice types. So you already know it's not turning out well. It's not useless, like the effect is good, but you're trying to stall with ice types. Good luck. It's really hard to stall when everything does double damage to you. Like, the best mileage you're gonna get out of this is on, like, Wall Rain. Ugh. Like, the best user of this is Wall Rain, who's Like, the best user of this is Walrein, whose name is a complete lie, right? Just every part of it, because it's not walling anything. It's also not even raining. It's hailing, right? Stop these lies. Oh, but it's not rain as in the weather, it's rain as in, like, a ruler? Okay, well, it's not raining over anything either. Sad Pokemon, but still better than Seal. Alright, bad ice jokes. Let's kick some ice from, what's like, it's Batman and Robin, right? It's a wall ruse, that's very funny. Should Hail boost Ice types' defenses? I'd rather it boosted their offenses. Like, you can't save their defenses. It's over. Ice, baby. I'd rather listen to Vanilla Ice than this thing. But not deal with the Vanilla Ice Cream Pokemon. I don't like that one. Okay, I think that's enough. What about boosting speed? There's Slush Rush, right? I guess in Legends Arceus, Slush Rush is innate to all ice types, so all ice types move faster in Hail. Walrein is actually a spoiler for Xenoblade Chronicle characters Ryan, who is a tank. Well, Ryan is actually good, right? Sand boost rock type special defense. That means that Pokemon can actually tank special hits, which they usually fold to. But rock also actually has resistances, right? Like, rock is a bad defensive type, but it's not ice bad, right? Alright, we'll say it's Walrein time. It's Walrein time! And also time to go to the next ability. Okay, I think that's enough for Ice Body, right? Everybody okay with this placement? Is there an Ice Grassmon? Yeah, the former president, Obama Snow. Comes with Snow Warning, which I think is on here. So we're going to talk about him. Okay, I think we're done, right? Okay. Iron Fist! So generally, the more narrow a boost is, the stronger it is. So, for example, Strong Jaw only affects biting moves, but you get a very big boost. You get 50%. Very significant. Tough Claws boosts all contact moves, so that's a wider boost, but you also get less of a boost. You get 30%. So, even narrower than Tough Claws is Iron Fist, so that means that the boost is 20%. What? Why is it so weak? I mean, it's something. It's not bad. I will take 20% more damage, yes, but this should be like 50%. It should at least be equal to Tough Claws, right? Abilities don't have to actually be fair, but let's get some semblance of parity. Come on. Ah! There is a wide arsenal of punching moves, so this ability is definitely good. You can Mach Punch a little bit harder with your monkey. You can make Ledian... No, never mind. Hitmonchan Hitmonchan can use this to be a little bit better. 20% boost to Ledian. Good on Melmetal with double Iron Bash. And Ledian, of course, has 6 Iron Fists. So it actually gets 20 times 6 for its boost. And it's still bad. It'd be bad even if I wasn't lying about all of that. Ledian feel like Muda, but the punches are all tickles. It's just saying Muda it's saying Muda, but it's referring to itself. No Tekken King of Iron Fist jokes? No, I was planning one. I had one planned, don't worry. It's coming up. It's just gonna be the end of Iron Fist. Iron Fist Ledian is not about winning, it's about sending a message. Anything else about the actual functionality of Iron Fist? I think we said that it just doesn't make sense. That it's a narrow boost that's so tiny. It should at least be 30%. Iron Fist is also the name of the worst Netflix Marvel series? I've never even heard of it. Honestly, with how mediocre the boost is, I'm not really sure these fists are made of iron. Maybe like tin? Oh, we can mention abilities that it doesn't affect that it should affect. Okay. And although the name of the move itself is fine, because of our weird translated moves, certain moves are boosted that are, and certain moves are boosted that aren't. So we'll talk about that. The translation of Iron Fist itself is fine, but because the translation of some of the moves are wonky, there's some weird interaction. So Sucker Punch in Japanese is just ambush, so that's why it doesn't get an Iron Fist boost. But Meteor Mash is Comet Punch. So Meteor Mash does get a boost. And also the English move Comet Punch does. Great translations, guys. Yeah, it doesn't work with Sucker Punch, but it does work on Meteor Mash. I think those are the most confusing ones. What gets both Meteor Mash and Iron Fist? I think it says on the ability page moves that get boosted by it, but that no Iron Fists users actually learn at the bottom here. So Meteor Mash, Plasma Fist, Surging Strikes, Wicked Blow all get the boost, but they aren't actually on Pokemon that have Iron Fist. Oh, Japanese don't know about Sucker Punches? No, I mean, they do, but it's not called Sucker Punch. It's called Ambush. So here's a quick view of all of the Iron Fist Pokemon and the moves they can learn that actually get boosted by Iron Fist. So you can pause and look at this. Not a lot of winners on this. I think that's all of the stuff about the actual effect of Iron Fist. The Game Freak overall pretty inept at adapting. Oh, okay. Where was adapting? No, okay. Um. Yeah. So overall, the Pokemon franchise not very good at. Trying to make the Tekken joke. Yeah, it's gonna be tied to Pokken. So just everything about Pokemon and Iron Fist is kinda underwhelming and confusing. But like, what do you expect when they tried to adapt Tekken, which means Iron Fist, into Pokken, which means Po Fist? I don't get it. There we go. We're done. I think that's fine. Alright. Do we have to actually drop something for Klutz? Pokken Pocket Fist? What do we actually drop here? I'm looking for something to drop. Just put on a purple ball. Cherim. I'm looking for something to drop. You'll drop a like? Well, thank you. Okay, well, maybe we'll say that in the thing. I guess I can just drop this honey because it's already here. Mic drop. Oh, that's pretty good because the mic is right here. Okay. So we'll raise the mic up a bit. Hopefully you can still hear me. My glasses? Okay. Nah, it's gotta be too hard to see the mic thing. Okay, yeah, well... Okay. I guess we'll do this. Okay. Drop a sick beat? Okay. Alright. Okay, next ability, Klutz! Oh no, I dropped my glasses! What a klutz! Oh, so zany! What a character feature! Whoa! Okay, Klutz. So it prevents you from benefiting from held items. It also prevents you from the negative... Okay, well, there we go. It's real bad. We're just gonna do that. Okay. Next ability, Klutz. Oh no, I dropped my glasses. What a klutz. Oh, Butterfingers. What an interesting character trait. I'm sure characters defined entirely by their clumsiness will be so interesting. Ugh. Okay, Klutz. So this prevents all effects from your held item. Okay, but held items are really good, so generally this is a downside, but this also prevents the negative effects of items that you can give to your opponent. So that's what you'd actually use this for. You'd give yourself a bad item, and because of Klutz, it doesn't actually weaken you as you trick to give it to your opponent. Is that good? No, but I think it does get a question mark on the uselessness. Not useless, I'd say. Generally, you would rather just power yourself up with an item than try to weaken your opponent by giving them a bad one. Because that's usually not worth a turn and whatever item you would have had instead boosting you. This used to actually not negate the speed drop of Iron Ball, which was really weird, but now it actually does. So it does actually prevent all negative effects from your item. Klutz Trick Flame Orb Lopunny? Like, we can put this above, like, I don't know, Flower Gift? Like, there are things you can do with this. Like, giving a support Pokemon an Assault Vest is really annoying, but you can basically do the same thing by giving them a choice item using a Pokemon that's actually good and doesn't have Klutz. So can they not eat berries? I guess not, because they just drop it. Why can't I hold all these berries? This so this ability actually gets better the worse the so this ability actually gets better as items get worse. So if theoretically one day they add really sticky barb that instantly kills you, then I guess Klutz is going to become mon-defining, but for now, it's generally not worth it. Okay. I think that's everything for Klutz, right? We did mention sticky barb. It's not good. I'd honestly put it in useless. I mean, look at the abilities in useless. It's definitely better than them. For sure. You could use Flame Orb without getting burned. It's great. I wouldn't say it's great. It's okay. But Forewarn lets you shudder? It doesn't even let you shudder. Anticipation lets you shudder. No shuddering with Forewarn. Okay, I think we're done with Klutz. Does Klutz interact with Fling? Yeah. So like you can still fling your item, which is kind of funny. It's like how much of a klutz are you if you can actually chuck your item at the opponent? I guess we'll mention that. It's pretty funny that you can still fling even if you have klutz. So if you have that iron ball, you're still like a shot put champion who just chonks your opponent on the head. Or clonks, I guess. Klutzmon stopped being able to use Fling after Gen 6, I think? We can check that. Goodbye, Iron Fist. Fling! Well, not Fling. Klutz. We can just check fling, right? Control F fling. Oh, now prevents them from using fling. So you actually can't do that. Okay, so in that case, we did mention everything. That's in Gen 5, but then it doesn't... They never revert that, right? They never revert that. So I guess it is very flavorful that if you are a klutz, you can't actually be a shot put champion and use fling to clonk your opponent on the head with Iron Ball, because klutz actually prevents you from using fling from Generation 5 onwards. Why is ability not in Mon defining? I think you probably... I'm assuming you just joined, but when we talked about what Mon defining means, it's that this ability is so good, you would use this Pokemon because of the ability. I don't think adaptability is that good, but it's close. It's pretty good. Started 2 hours ago, so you're not that late. Nope. Okay. I think we can go to the next one, right? I mean, some people did use Parasect exclusively because of dry skin. It's at the very top of you. I don't think it's that good. Okay. Magic Guard. An ability so powerful. Okay, I have... Sorry, there's like a screeching car outside. Okay. Magic Guard. An ability so powerful that the SCP Foundation was created to try and contain it. SCP-036. Our very first Mon-defining ability. So Magic Guard is cheating. I don't know how else to describe it. It's cheating. Which is pretty funny because the description makes it sound like it doesn't do anything. So the description of Magic Guard is, this Pokemon only takes damage from attacks. It sounds like a troll, right? Like, oh, thanks. I didn't know that. I took damage from attacks. But what this actually means is that you are immune to all indirect damage. All of it. Anything that is not your opponent actually attacking you directly with a move that has base power does nothing. So this negates all entry hazards. It negates all passive damage from Leech Seed. It negates all passive damage from status conditions like Burn or Toxic. This negates all recoil, whether from your own moves or from Life Orb. This negates all passive damage from a Hail or from Sandstorm. Everything. This is so crazy. If any Pokemon got with Mind Blown got this ability, that would be scary. Yeah. Like all the Pokemon who can get Magic Guard love it. It's insane. This might be the best defensive ability in the game. Is this or Magic Bounce better? I think Magic Guard might be a little bit better. One thing about Magic Guard is that if you status yourself with a Toxic Orb or Flame Orb, which you might want to do, it's basically also all of the status immunity abilities like Insomnia, Water Veil, Limber, because if you're statused, you can't get statused again, right? So you might actually want to inflict yourself with a status to prevent your opponent from putting you to sleep. Just another in the long, long, long list of benefits. Physical card win. Honestly, when you have Magic Guard, it just feels like you're playing by a different set of rules. Like the normal mechanics of the game just don't apply to you. Like, oh, excuse me, sir, you're supposed to take this much damage under these circumstances? No. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, we'll put Sephiroth music. Anything else to say about Magic Guard? It's good. One-winged Cliff Angel. Life Orb go burr. Let's see if we forgot anything. It also negates curse. You can't be cursed. Okay. Does Magic Guard work on recoil damage? It does. It's really overpowered. Yeah, it stops Life Orb damage. It's ridiculous. It's completely insane. Magic Guard also prevents damage from curse, so if you think like a voodoo doll is gonna save you from Magic Guard Clefable, think again, it does nothing. It also used to prevent full paralysis, which was really weird. That actually didn't make sense, and they reverted that, so you can still lose your turn to paralysis if you have Magic Guard. I don't know why it stopped in the first place. But do keep in mind that the attack reduction from burn still goes through Magic Guard. So if you're pre-Gen 6 Clefairy and you're still a normal type and you want to use, like, Facade by statusing yourself, use a Toxic Orb and not a Flame Orb, because Flame Orb will actually reduce your attack. I think that's everything, right? I guess we'll just mention that struggle is the only thing that can actually hurt you. I think the only indirect damage in the game that can actually affect you through Magic Guard is struggle. Because we are all on the struggle bus. Nobody gets a free pass. Not even SCP-036. One-winged Cliff Angel. Horrifying. Overpowered. Okay, I think that's everything for Magic Guard. Definitely mon-defining. I will not hear any complaints about that. What about weather? It negates weather. We did say that. So, like, Magic Guard is just strictly better than a bunch of other abilities. Okay, ready for the next one? Mold Breaker. Yeah, no, Magic Guard is totally busted. It's so overpowered. It's so unfair. Yeah, okay. Alright. Mold Breaker. For some reason, this has an announcement when your opponent has it. Like, your opponent. So, like, Mold Breaker. For some reason, this has an announcement. So you know that your opponent has this. It'll say, like, Excadrill breaks the mold. Okay, it's pretty good. So what Mold Breaker does is it negates your opponent's ability while you're attacking them. So any defensive ability, any blue ability, just does nothing as you're attacking. Probably most famously, Levitate. So Rotom hates this ability because Rotom sees that you break the mold and then you shake the ground and it dies somehow. There's tons of instances where ignoring your opponent's defensive ability is really useful. And that's what Mold Breaker does. But notably, and very weirdly, it is only active while attacking. So say, for example, your opponent has Limber, which prevents paralysis and also cures paralysis, and you, like, Thunder Punch them and paralyze them. As soon as you're done attacking, so as soon as your turn is over, their paralysis heals. Very weird. What's Mold Breaker's Japanese name? Mold Breaker. It's the same. Of course, we have to mention that. Rotom fan doesn't care if you break the mold. Mold Break. I think it's actually Katayaburi. Yeah, Katayaburi. Completely outclassed by the Gen 7 legendary's unique moves. What about Turbo Blaze? What about Terravolt? When did the Rotoms gain their secondary typings for their forms? I think Gen 5? And of course, be careful, because if you're... and of course, this ability just devastates Shuckle, the mold Pokemon. So be careful if you're a Shuckle fan. I think that's everything for Mold Breaker, right? Shedinja? It does kill Shedinja, I think. Okay, I think we can go on to the next one. Okay. Motor Drive. I don't have a motor drive. I don't have a driver's license, but I'm still authorized to take a motor drive. This ability is pretty good. So it's sort of an alternate Volt Absorb, where if you get hit by an electric attack, you take no damage, and instead of healing, you gain +1 speed. That's pretty useful. Unfortunately, you can't quite control if your opponent hits you with an electric move, unless you're in a double battle, in which case you can discharge and kind of boost yourself, give yourself that motor drive. This was incredibly overhyped when it first came out, because this premiered on Electivire, and people were losing their mind. They were like, oh my goodness, this thing, you're gonna send out Gyarados, then switch into Electivire, get +1 speed, and then destroy them with your super effective moves. Unfortunately, that's not what happened, because people very quickly figured out Gyaravirre, as it was called, and also, if you don't have a good physical stab move off your better physical attack, it just doesn't work. Does this draw like Lightning Rod does? It does not, no. I'll have to do the whole overhype thing again. This is one of the most overhyped abilities ever, because it debuted with Electivire. And people back in the day were going crazy. They were like, oh, insane strategy. You send out Gyarados, and then you trick them because you switch to Electivire. This was the Gyaravirre strategy. Then you get the motor drive, and you run through your opponent with your amazing super effective coverage. What actually happened was, you didn't get the motor drive boost, because people saw right through this, and then you just kind of failed to kill anything because you don't have a good physical stab move. Womp womp. The ability itself is fine. We're going to put it, here. At worst, it's an electric immunity. That's pretty good. And so, at worst, it's an electric immunity. That's pretty good. Electivire in Gen 4 is currently the worst tier you could ever be in Pokemon OU by technicality. That is actually terrible, because you can't be used in lower tiers, and you're not good enough for the higher tier. Justice for Electivire. So what Pokemon actually get Motor Drive? I know it's Electivire. Who else does? Blitzel and Zebstrika and Emolga. Well, these are already, like, really fast. You don't really need this. So it's more the immunity. Yeah, so I guess just to highlight how interconnected things are, this ability is worse because Pikachu exists, and Game Freak insists that Volt Tackle has to be locked to Pikachu. So because of that, Electivire doesn't get a good physical electric move, and thus Motor Drive is worse. Thanks a lot, Pikachu. Okay, I think that's everything for Motor Drive, right? Can you give us a Japanese word of the day? What's the one we talked about? I guess for Frisk. Does anybody have a request for a word of the day? Just, I guess, a random Japanese word. I can tell you what it is. Insert sad Pika Pika, you already know. Pikachu Sacrificial Lambs, Luxray, Electivire, and Porygon. Desk, Tsukue. There you go. Sandwich, Sando. Which is also the name of Sandslash. That's pretty funny. Otachi, I see through the Otachi lobby, okay? Otachi is, centric. Okay, next. Multi-type. Not what you would expect the god of Pokemon to have, right? So multi-type is the ability of Arceus, creator of all Pokemon. And it's actually Sticky Hold plus. Stickier Hold. So muckiness is closer to godliness than you might have thought. So multi-type is the mechanic that allows Arceus to change its type based on the plate it's holding. And on top of that, it prevents your held outing from being lost. A lot of the time, Arceus doesn't actually change its type because it just wants to have stab on extreme speed and also the boost of an item that's not a plate. So multi-type is kind of underwhelming, but it's not bad. I sort of wish that it worked like how I sort of wish Arceus's type switching worked like it does in Legends Arceus, where as long as you're attuned to the legend plate, using judgment is what switches your type. And you switch to something that always strikes your opponent super effectively, which is really cool. In Pokemon Conquest, Arceus has a different ability called Omnipotence, which is basically a bunch of different abilities mashed together. I think you heal at the start of your turn. Occasionally you just dodge attacks from enemies. You can traverse certain terrain that you couldn't otherwise. And also your attacks will never be negated by your enemy. You can always damage your opponent no matter what with your judgment. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's also like really overpowered, but here's a take. Maybe the god of all Pokemon should be a little overpowered. I think that's okay. Multi-type is not overpowered at all. It's very middling. Maybe we'll move multi-type up to Mon-defining once they actually add the legend plate. Multi-type makes Arceus very versatile. I mean, it's more that it's Arceus. Like, the ability itself is like, whatever. And like, that versatility comes with a very heavy price. Like, if you're using Steel Arceus, then you're locked to using the steel plate, right? Talk about Extreme Speed Arceus? I did. So multi-type does give Arceus a lot of flexibility, right? It can be any type, but that flexibility comes at a very high price because you're always locked to the plate of that type. So if you're using Steel Arceus, your opponent knows, oh, you have a steel plate. So you're also like automatically giving your opponent Frisk. You tell them what item you have. It'd be nice if the sprite didn't give away the type. Yeah, it would be nice, but I understand why it does. Yeah, the best Arceus doesn't actually use this ability, right? It just boosts its own extreme speed, but we did talk about that. What do you mean? Base 120 in all stats is good? I know. Remember the Arceus Steel thing. Okay. Why should I remember that? Is this like a trap? I want the question type Arceus to be released. Anything else about multi-type? You can tell just by multi-type's implementation that they made Arceus before they went crazy with legendaries. Well, they went crazy with legendaries in Gen 4, right? Okay. I think we can go to the next ability, right? No guard. Oh, they're talking about Troll Arceus? Oh, because Arceus Flying and Steel look really similar, right? Okay. Alright, here we go. No guard. Who needs defense? No guard is a really fun and really powerful ability. So this was the signature ability of the Machamp line. And it pairs really well with a certain type of flying fist dynamic punch. So what No Guard actually does is it makes it so that all moves used by you and also against you are 100% accurate. So this is symmetrical, but it's really not, right? Because you know that you have no guard, so you're going to use risky low accuracy moves, except now they're guaranteed, and your opponent doesn't know they're going to fight opponent, and your opponent doesn't know that they're going to face someone with no guard. So, and your opponent doesn't know they're going to face a Pokemon with no guard, so they're not going to run those risky moves. So you benefit disproportionately from no guard. It's very good. I love this ability. Stone Edge? Stone Miss? Never heard of it. I use a move called Stone Edge. It always hits. Wow. You can also use this with Choice Specs Machamp for some fun. Enemies won't expect that, I'll tell you that much. Is it actually possible to get no guard Oko moves with ability capsules? No, okay. No, okay, yeah, it's not. I would put this in Mon defining, but I would put this in Mon defining because No Guard Machamp was kind of everywhere in Gen form, but nowadays, overall, Guts is probably a bit better. But it is a very strong ability. Good night. Thanks for joining us. Okay, yeah. I guess we will say that. And unfortunately, Game Freak had the foresight, a bad move by the way, to not allow anybody with no guard to actually access a one-hit KO move. But just be careful because one-hit KO moves will still hit you, so that's like an in-game thing you gotta be careful about. You can transfer no guard to Oko moves using Wandering Spirit. Okay, so you can swap no guard onto Oko moves, but that's not really worth it. R.I.P. Mega Pidgeot crushed under the weight of Dynamax. So sad. F. Also, Skill Swap can swap No Guard onto Pokemon. Okay. No Guard Fissure Golurk? I don't think it learns Fissure. I think we're done with No Guard, right? Okay. Next. Normalize bad abilities. Like Normalize. This ability sucks. It is honestly actively detrimental most of the time. So what Normalize does, it's the signature move of So what Normalize does, it's the signature ability of Delcatty, and it makes all of your moves normal. Normal is a bad type. Why would you ever want to do this? So they did buff this ability. It used to just make all your moves normal, but now it makes them normal and slightly powers them up. So it's like all of those 8 abilities, like Aerialate, except instead of taking normal and making it good, it takes something good and makes it bad. Wow. The smallest upside of this is that it used to let you Thunder Wave ground types, because now Thunder Wave was normal. Wow. Ground types tend to be kind of slow anyway. There's other ways to paralyze them. Do you care so much about paralyzing ground types that you're gonna run Delcatty with Thunder Wave? No. Horrible. Meanwhile, in Mystery Dungeon, normalized Delcatty takes lives, no such luck in the main series, though. Yeah, we aren't counting spin-offs at all. I mean, paralyzing Garchomp seems nice. So nice that you would run normalized Delcatty? No. Like, this ability is such a disaster because remember, this affects all of your moves. So you can't use coverage of any type. You literally can only use normal moves. So you just can't touch ghosts. And you're. So remember, this affects all of your moves. It's like, to put into perspective how much worse this is than the 8 abilities, the 8 abilities only affect your one normal move, probably return, right? Normalize affects all 4 of your moves, so you can only ever use normal moves. So you literally just cannot touch ghosts, and you're just very underwhelmed most of the rest of the time. Horrific. Does it affect Struggle? I don't think so, because Struggle is like typeless. I doubt it. What if I change the description to Delcatty gets stabbed from all moves? That's a much nicer way to phrase it, I guess. Like, honestly, this move is so bad, it's a candidate for trying to skill swap it onto your opponent to make them worse. I think that's it for Normalize, right? Awful. Hopefully the construction isn't too loud. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that, but there's construction happening right behind me. There's a double strat where you give your opponent Normalize and trap with Mega Gengar. Huh. You don't hear anything? Okay. That's good. Alright, everybody okay with Normalize? I think we can go to the next one. Okay. Why won't you die? Poison heal, son. I regenerate in response to toxic damage. Yeah, this is mod defining. This ability is obscene. So what Poison Heal does is very straightforward. It just inverts the damage from poison. Instead of taking an eighth of your health a turn, you regenerate an eighth of your health a turn. This is way, way stronger than it seems, and I think it already seems pretty good. This ability is so good, you can take a Pokemon that has 130 base attack and 70 base speed, and legitimately say, yeah, I think I should try a Subseed set. You cannot die with this, unless you get killed in one shot. Disgusting. Gliscor with this? Invincible. Invincible. Ice Punch me, come on. Oh, it's kind of chilly. Is that the best you got? Ice Beam me, come on, I can take it. Alright, you know, I died, but you can't have everything. Nowadays, Breloom might actually choose to run Technician just to be better at killing you, but Poison Heal is always an option. And this ability is Gliscor. I guess. And Gliscor is this ability. Well, actually, no, Gliscor is pretty good otherwise, but... Good Ice Beam sound effect? Thanks. Nowadays, Technician might act... Okay. Nowadays, Breloom might actually run Technician, because that's also really, really strong and helps Breloom to actually kill you with its attack stat. But Gliscor is defined by this ability. It is so good. Like, Leftovers, we determined, was the best item in the game. Poison Heal is double Leftovers, but it's even better because even if your opponent knocks you off with what might be the best move in the franchise... Okay, well, let's see. We determined that Leftovers was the best item in the game, and Poison Heal is better than double Leftovers. Because even if your opponent smacks you with knockoff, you still heal, assuming you at least had one turn for your Toxic Orb to activate. And because you're poisoned, you can't be afflicted by other status. So unfair. Really good. I'm back. Oh, I thought you went to sleep. I'm back because normalize is... I'm sorry, I don't know what that comment means. Does toxic damage work with poison heal? No, it does not scale with toxic, so it just gives you a steady 12.5%. And you still can't switch into... You can't switch into knockoff if you have a toxic orb, because then you'll get knocked off before you get statused. If you could trick with poison heal, you could theoretically toxic your opponent and get additional leftovers from healing. Yeah. But I don't think any... No, neither of the poison heal users can trick. So I guess it is theoretically. And poison heal is going to be the intro. That's the one I had planned. Why won't you die? Poison heal, son. I think that's everything for poison heal. Anything else we have to mention? Poison heal, Berloom, and Gliscor are status immune monstrosities. We did mention that, right? Because if you're poisoned, you can't be afflicted with something else. Senator Glystrong. I was in OU, you know. Could have gone to Ubers. Okay. Normalized to be the intro OP ability? Nah, it's gonna be poison heal. Alright. Quick Feet. In single player, you can poison yourself and then give it leftovers? That's true. Oh, I guess one thing I'll mention about poison heal. Maybe we'll mention this? Okay, yeah. So, one minor downside of poison heal that actually also applies to Magic Guard is that it doesn't actually prevent poison damage outside of battle. So if you're playing a generation where you actually do take poison damage outside of battle, that still happens. Which is really annoying and kind of strange. I don't know why it works like that. Honey gather intro. No. Okay. Quick Feet. Okay. Quick Feet. Equip some roller skates on your Ursaring, I guess. Happy Feet Wombo combo. That ain't Falco. What Pokemon is Falco? What Pokemon would Falco be? And we'll use that as the intro for this. Bird. Volcarona Braviary. Is there anyone that actually sounds like Falco? Toucanon? Braviary? Spearow? Fearow? Swellow? I thought there were... Is there no... Pidgeot, Staraptor. Talonflame. Nothing sounds like Falco. Rivali, that's not it. Oricorio. Unfazant. Cramorant. That ain't... Lugia, no. Oh, actually, maybe, that ain't Swellow because Swellow has guts. That's what we'll do. Okay. Quick feet. Wombo combo. That ain't Swellow because Swellow has guts. So, okay. So, quick feet is sort of an alternate guts where if you're statist, your speed increases, which is pretty useful. You just gotta be really careful because quick feet does not have the attack negation that guts does. So don't burn yourself to get this. You pretty much have to use Toxic Orb. It's very useful. If you're a bear named Ursaring, you probably love Quick Feet. It's one of the ways that can actually get you up to speed to sweep. If you have, Toxic Orb, Swords Dance, and Quick Feet, stuff's gonna be taking a lot of damage from that stab facade. Can't wait for Ursaluna to enter the game. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, there is no paralysis orb. But I think you still might opt to use Toxic Orb because Quick Feet does not do anything about the full paralysis chance. And I think I would rather take minor damage each turn rather than have a 25% chance to get absolutely wrecked. Ursaluna doesn't get Quick Feet, does it? Let's check. I think it does. Oh, it doesn't. I had to go after the normalized analysis. What did I miss? I think just Poison Heal. It does? Just gonna look up Ursaluna. Ursaluna is Guts, Bulletproof, or Unnerve. Okay, it looks like Ursaluna doesn't actually get Quick Feet. Whoa, just Guts. Okay, so you're still gonna die. But Ursaring does have it. Okay. I think that's it for Quick Feet, right? What does Ursaluna get? It gets Guts or Bulletproof. And its hidden ability, I already forgot. It's Unnerve. So it gets Guts or Bulletproof. Okay. Reckless. Pretty weird name for an ability that lets you wreck more. So, Reckless powers up all of your recoil moves. And recoil moves are pretty narrow. So, how much of a boost is it? Say it with me 20. 20%. So, we're just going to put it with Iron Fist. It affects fewer moves. But, 20% boost? I'll take it. It doesn't actually increase the amount of recoil you take, directly. There's no penalty for having Reckless. But you deal more damage, so you'll just naturally take more recoil. It's worth it, generally. If you're using a recoil move, yes, the damage is a downside, but having your opponent survive because you used a weaker move is more of a downside. So you're generally okay taking recoil damage. That joke made you laugh pretty hard. Thank you. Which one? In my head it was 33%. Yeah, I don't know why it's so small. Reckless. I'm almost certain it's 20%. Yeah, 20%. It also likes crash moves? Okay, yeah. Oh, we'll mention that. Oh, the reckless joke? Thank you. The reckless joke only happened because these abilities are so awful and hard to read. So I considered splitting reckless into 2 words to make each one bigger, but I just kept it as one. This doesn't impact Poison Heal's placement. Does Toxic Heal build the Toxic counter in the background? Apparently it does. So if you somehow lost Poison Heal, I guess you would just die, but I mean, that's not going to happen. So here's all of the reckless Pokemon and the recoil moves they learn. So if you're in the insurance industry, pay close attention, because these are the Pokemon you don't want to give policies to. I guess there's no recoil version of weakness policy, but... I think that's everything for reckless, right? Rampardos with this ability using Head Smash would be a sight to see. It's so weird to me that Rampardos doesn't get Rockhead. I'm almost certain it doesn't, which is very weird. Oh, we should mention high jump kick? Okay. Here's Rampardos. Yeah, it doesn't get Rockhead. It's so weird. Reckless also affects moves with crash damage, which means both of the jump kicks. Reckless Afro Break. I see you also know the true name of Head Smash. Head Smash, or not Head Smash, Head Charge. Head Charge used to be called, well, not used to be called, in Japanese it's called Afro Break, and they nerfed it by naming it Head Charge. But recoil damage from the jump kicks doesn't increase with Reckless. Yeah, because it's, well, I guess in the Gen 1 moves list, we spent like 2 minutes reading what jump kick did, so that's true. But that's because nowadays the high jump kick damage is just a percentage of your health. Afro Break, the signature move of Mirror B. We'll do that when we talk about Gen 5 moves. Alright, are we ready for the next one? Okay. Signature ability of many children from starter towns, that's true. Play Mirror B music in the premium. Not for that, because I don't even think we're gonna mention Afro Break. Alright. Rivalry. Signature ability of your rival. Jokes are hearts. So it has both upside and downside. What Rivalry does is, if you are the same gender as your opponent, you get 25% more attack. But if your opponent is the opposite gender, you actually get minus 25 attack. So on average, this ability does nothing, right? But you can, of course, choose to fight opponents that have the same gender as you, so you get more power. But that's pretty difficult. Really hard to manipulate in competitive, although I think most battle simulators set the gender by default to male. So if you're also male, you probably get the attack boost. Overall, this is just too unreliable. I don't really like it, but sometimes it's really good. Straight up 25% attack boost, that's half an intrepid sword. So we're not quite intrepid, we're like kind of cautious sword, wary sword. Oh, okay, so I guess Haxorus used this for a while, and if you get the 25% boost, it's kind of like half an intrepid sword. So we're not quite intrepid and we're not a sword. So I guess it's like wary axe. I'd definitely rather have intrepid sword. Tepid sword. That's pretty funny. Most battle simulators actually randomize gender. Oh, that might have been different since I played then. Rival was used in Gen 5 VGC because the genies are always male. I was wondering when somebody would mention that. Certain Pokemon that you might have seen in a double battle once or twice are gender locked to always be male. So in that sense, you can count on them being your rival, which is very nice. And I mean, we'll put Landorus on screen there. Who gets this again? Probably the most well-known user is Haxorus, but also I think like Luxray gets this. And I don't really care who else gets it, because I think those are the only two that actually matter, but we'll take a look at it here. Oh wow, the Nidos get it. Shinx, Luxio, Unfizzant, lol. Haxorus, Pyroar. I forgot how long these go. I thought I missed the stream for a second, but there's still a whole lot left. There should be like prizes for... Somebody should keep track. How many people in the first hour say, why haven't we started? How many people in the next couple hours say, I can't believe we're not done? And how many people in the last few hours say, I came back but we're still going? Like, those are the go-to lines from every stream. Did this ability get nerfed to be a cheerleading ability in later gens, just like the human rivals you have? Oh, beautiful, I catch this. Apparently, Beautifly gets rivalry. Beautifly, I've got bad news for you. Whoever your opponent is, they've beaten you. Beautifly sucks. Starting in Gen 6, the ability is called Friendship. Okay. And of course, in line with making your rivals nicer and nicer, beginning in Gen 6, this ability was renamed to Friendship. It's pretty funny, thank you. Let's see what I missed. Ohio. You're sleepy, well, welcome. I don't know what... Wait, isn't it really late in the UK? I don't know. Beautify isn't rivaling anything. Yeah, quick feet does negate the speed drop of paralysis, but it doesn't negate the paralysis chance. Its dex entries make it scary, but that's a lie by its sims. Yeah, Beautify is not good. Okay. 2:39 a.m. Wow. Well, we're still going. It's gonna be like, what, another hour and a half maybe? We're almost done. Alright. Scrappy. Can't spell Scrappy without crappy. Well, no. Because it's not that bad. Okay. Scrappy. Can't spell Scrappy without crappy. It's not that bad, but I just wanted to say that. It's pretty useful. So what Scrappy does is it allows you to hit ghost types with normal and fighting moves. That's pretty useful. But I mean, you kind of just wish Ghost wasn't that overpowered or that normal didn't suck that much. This would be really good if it was folded into Normalize, which I think would actually be fair, right? If Normalize just had the bonus Scrappy effect. But yeah, Scrappy is generally pretty good. If you have Scrappy, you can go ahead and use normal and fighting moves without worrying about your opponent ever being immune to them. But you could also just use a different Pokemon that uses moves that Pokemon aren't immune to. This is much better on fighting types, because fighting is overall just a much better type. Andrew, I promise I will add Small Ghost using the memberships that we just got. Small ghost will be there. You'll no longer have to use budget ghost. Oh, that's really good. I wish I had Scrappy, because then I would never get ghosted. I guess we'll put sad music there. So let's see what Pokemon actually get Scrappy. Yeah, Mega Lopunny probably the best user of this. Oh yeah. So Mega Lopunny probably the best user of this. R.I.P. Megas. And just for kicks. Okay. So Mega Lopunny, probably the best user of this, R.I.P. Megas. But in general, fighting types that have this really like it. Speaking of fighting types, just for kicks, Scrappy also blocks Intimidate, because why not? I guess if you're Scrappy, you're not scared of anything. The Japanese name is Spunk. I guess they didn't call it Spunk in English because in England, Spunk describes something other than character. Maybe related to Mega Lopunny. That's the end of this analysis. For those who don't know, spunk in, I'm guessing, British dialects means a certain bodily substance. Human juice. Okay, we're done with this. I think we talked, I think we said everything we had to about Scrappy. Thanks for giving me something to listen to while making and eating dinner. Excellent. I hope to see you at the premium. Almond milk. Okay. Anything else about Scrappy? Other things about Scrappy? I guess there's a word game called Scrabble. And there's a horrible, horrible food item called Scrapple. Only Americans will know. Thankfully, we've kept it contained within our borders. I think it's just made from a bunch of, like, leftovers. And they, like, try to sell it. Like, here you go, Scrapple. I wouldn't eat Scrapple, but I would eat a hot dog. So maybe I'm just a hypocrite. Swallow got a huge boom burst with Scrappy. Scrapple is disgusting. Yeah, I agree. Okay, I think we can go to the next move. Never heard of Scrapple despite being an American? We'll look it up here. I mean, it'll just be in the premium, but it's pretty gross, so we'll just do it here. Scrapple. Scrapple! Also known by the Pennsylvania Dutch name panas, is traditionally a mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour, often buckwheat flour and spices. Yeah, it's kind of like evil spam. That's Scrapple. It's like a Philly thing? Yeah, nothing good comes from Philly. Not affiliated with them. It looked like undead flesh, yeah. Alright, so before we talk about Simple, I know that Bidufline gets it? Who else does? They're not the only one. Okay, they basically are. Never mind. Normal, Bidoof, and Woobat, Subat. Okay. Alright. The plan is simple. We double our stat boosts. That's a really powerful effect. Why isn't this ability that good? This is why. The Pokemon that get simple suck. But hey, spending one turn on a stat boost to get double benefit is really, really powerful. If this was on any Pokemon that actually were any good at all otherwise, it would probably be busted. You can Simple Beam to give Simple to something, but usually that's not worth a move. Also, what a sinister move. You're basically like lobotomizing them, right? Oh, it's kind of uncomfortable. Swoobat using Calm Mind with this is okay, but none of these Pokemon are tearing up the meta, even with doubled stat boost. It basically just makes them not awful. So ability itself, really good. Definitely gets put in useful, but its users just kind of suck. Put it here. And of course, and keep in mind that Simple does also affect negative status inflicted by your opponent, so you lose double the attack from Intimidate. Gotta be careful about that. Is Simple Beam some kind of Japanese pun? I don't know. Let's see. So Simple itself is just Tanjun, which is simply simple. But let's see what it actually does with Simple Beam. I'm assuming it's not Tanjun Kosen. That would be really weird. Shimple Beam. Okay. No, there. That was simple. Yeah, it's literally Simple Beam. So it's not a pun. Put Simple on Whiscash? Okay. I think that's it for Simple, right? Everybody agree with this placement and the description of everything it does? Simp Beam. Shrimple used by Clawitzer. Use Simple Beam on Scissor before its Swords dances in doubles. I'm always wary of all these double strats. It's like you have to remember, like, while you're doing these funny gimmicks, your opponent is trying to kill you with an actual strategy. Alright, next. Skill Link. So guarantees max hits on all of your multi-hit moves. So when you say that you don't get max hits with your multi-hit moves, it really is because... Okay, so I will redo that. Skill Link. So this gives you max hits on every multi-hit move. So if you don't get all 5 hits, it really is a skill issue. You just weren't good enough. So usually, getting all 5 hits with multi-hit moves makes them really powerful. You end up with base powers like over 100 with the upside of being able to hit through substitutes or sturdy. That's really powerful. Is it mon-defining powerful? I don't think so, but it certainly is good. Most Pokemon that have Skill Link do choose to run it to end up dealing overall big deeps. Best user is definitely Cloyster, who goes ahead and smashes its shell a bit, and then skills you to death with several of its multi-hit moves. It can Icicle Spear you, it can Rock Blast you. How would you like to die? Those are your options. It might also hit you with, like, Shell Blade, I guess, or Surf. Got King's Rock banned? Skill Link against the ability Stamina is just the Armstrong meme. I'm going to say this now. Make Onyx tier and put Slow Start there. If Onyx could get it, it would be a living legend as a meme, and Slow Start is a meme for how bad it is. I don't think Slow Start is so bad that it gets its own tier, but I mean, it definitely is the worst ability we're looking at today, I think. Razor Shell? Oh, did I say Shell Blade? I meant Razor Shell. Did I say Shell Blade? I meant Razor Shell. Does Shell Blade even exist? What's Shell Blade? Nothing. I just mixed it up with Leaf Blade. I think I said Shell Blade, but it's actually called Razor Shell. Sorry. Is there any ability worse than Slow Start? We'll think about that. So we're going to be very thematic because it's been almost 4 hours and I'm going to the bathroom. So we're going to burn a couple turns now. I'll be right back. In the meantime, please look at the links in the description. Let's shilling. Wait, that's not right. And we're back. Rank 5 abilities before Slow Start. I think we just start talking about Slow Start, right? Slow Start. Definitely the signature ability of So slow start, definitely the signature ability of these streams. It usually takes about an hour before we start actually ranking things. Is this the worst ability in the franchise? It might be. It's really, really, really bad. So what slow start does, it's a negative ability, and it halves your speed and attack for several turns. How many turns? One turn? No. 2 turns? No. 3? No. 4? No, it's 5. 5 turns. 5 turns is an eternity. You are never actually getting your act together and getting access to your full stats on Regigigas, who is the only Pokemon, thankfully, that has this ability. Like, to put into perspective how bad Slow Start is, if this was 1 turn, it would still make Regigigas unusable. I just don't understand why this ability exists, because, like, is Regigigas supposed to be bad? Isn't it supposed to be the strongest of the Regis? Which isn't saying much, because the Regis kind of suck, but, like, it's supposed to be like towing continents, right? Why does it need to have a weakening ability? And, like, keep in mind that not only does this ability make you worse, it's not making you better, right? That's an extra downside of negative abilities. It's that they're not actually buffing you. They're taking the place of a good ability. Unspeakably bad, and yet we are speaking about it because the people must know. Mon-defying, I guess that's true. $2 from Blue Crimson. Name one good thing about Slow Start or New Tier. I think we need a new tier. What do we name it? I think there's only one choice for this, right? Oh, I messed that up. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, we can swap them. No! We'll make this, this is what we wanted, right? And I guess it has to be yellow, right? Because that's what color Regigigas is. So this is useless. And this has to be Regigigas! Awful. Make the new tier 5 abilities from now. The Dark Void. Very good with Tail Whip and Rock Blast. Okay, yeah, I think this is it. Anything else to say about Slow Start? I mean, maybe Regigigas is so weak because it's not actually the master of the Regis. And obviously we're gonna put Fizz-a-Me there. Mon-defining derogatory. Is Regigigas even that good if you completely removed its ability? I don't think so. It's like okay. Slow Shard. That's pretty funny. Truant still worse? Absolutely not. No, Truant is actually much better. Because with Truant, you get your power right away. And you can always just switch on your Truant turn. But obviously, yeah, Truant's also horrible, but I think it's better than Slow Start. I think we're done with Slow Start, right? People run Reggie and Wheezing. Okay. I think we're done, right? Okay. Sniping's a good job, mate. It's not a good bit of it. Awful. Alright. Sniping's a good job, mate. It's not a good ability, though. Very bottom of useful. So what Sniper does is it increases your crit modifier. But they nerfed crits. They didn't buff Sniper. Thanks. Pretty much the only thing this is actually, like, reliably used on. Okay. So the issue with crits is that they're unreliable. You can't really bank on them. But you can. With a very specific strategy. So if you have scope... Okay, here we go. So the issue with crits is that they're not reliable. So you can't really build a strategy around them, right? You need to have some super luck to actually start getting some crits. And after the nerf, they're just not worth it. You only get 1.5 without Sniper. Well, let's see. I get Sniper and super luck confused. Here we go. We have to describe crits now because... Use the move refresh. We have to describe crits now because we also have to talk about crits with super luck. So we're going to talk about crit stages here, I guess. So I think if we go to Sniper, we can get to crits. So it gives you 2.25. Okay. And here's crits. This is the old one, right? Oh, here's the table. Okay, yeah. So you have to get to +3. Okay. And these are the snipers. Okay. So the issue with crit strategies is that they're not very reliable, right? You can't guarantee... Okay, well, let's see. So there's two issues with crit strategies. One is that crits just don't do enough damage anymore. And two is that they're not reliable asterisk. So you can make them reliable, but it's not really worth it. So in Gen 6, that's when they reduced crit damage from double to 1.5. But at the same time, they also made it easier to get crits if you actually boost your crit rate. So all you have to do is reach +3, and that means you get guaranteed crits. So if you do scope lens and focus energy, that's +3. So that means you're always critting. And with Sniper, which gives you now a 2.25 boost, that's actually better than if you were doing, say, a nasty plot, right? To increase your offensive stat by +2. Pretty much the only Pokemon that actually does this, and I say they do it, but not really, it's still a gimmick, is Kingdra. Because what you can do is you can scope lens, and you can focus energy for guaranteed crits, and then you can spam Draco Meteor. And then the downside of Draco Meteor doesn't actually apply because you're always critting, and it ignores your own stat drop. You should be swift swimming. But you can try sniping. It's kind of fun, but don't expect to actually win the game because of that. It's just a neat trick you can try. I'll try critting. That's a neat trick. Also, look at all these water types that are sniping. Maybe they can also use Girardi! And no, I don't think any snipers actually have the guaranteed crit moves, which is kind of unfortunate. Ariados. Ugh. Anything else to say about Sniper? I think that's everything, right? Sniper Inteleon? That's the hidden ability, right? Very weird that it's the hidden ability, but I guess all starters have to have the Blaze clones. Also, Sniper should have ignored the crit nerf and continued making crits 3x damage. I think that would have been fair. I'm on TF2 right now and got killed when you said Girardi! Alright. Well, I mean, no Girardi in this, but we do have Jirachi. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're doing pretty well. Okay. I think we're done with Sniper, right? Okay. Snow Cloak. This is a clone of Sand Veil, but if it's cold. If you're in Hail, this gives you an evasion boost, I think 20%. I think this ability is actually banned, not because it's that powerful, but just because it makes battles an RNG fiesta. Getting 20% evasion is very useful. But again, it's not reliable. All that really happens with Snowcloak is that occasionally your opponent will miss, and instead of killing you because you're an ice type, they just lose the game to whatever you were doing. Very fun and balanced and skillful. Not really. I hate evasion. Anything else to say about Snowcloak? Banish it to the Shadow Realm? We're not going to make the Shadow Realm just for Snowcloak. No Cloak. Hey, Cheese, when you make the premium edit, can you play Valak Mountain Knight? Oh, for this and Snow Warning? If I remember, I'll try that. Banish it to the Shadow Realm? So the Shadow Realm is 4 banned abilities, right? It makes ice types good, so it's banned? I don't think it makes them good. It just gives them a chance to luck their way into not being bad. For one turn. It does not make ice types good. Why doesn't Game Freak just remove evasion boosting? I don't know. You think it might be as bad as Ice Body? Well, no, because Snowcloak has a chance to make you take 0 damage, which is much stronger. Evasion boosting is fair and balanced, just like Zacian and Mega Rayquaza. Okay. I think that's it for Snowcloak. Hot take, evasion miss is just the other side of the crit coin, so if one is fun, so is the other, but crits aren't fun. How can it be a hot take? You're gonna melt the Snowcloak. Alright. before he was the president, before he was the former president, he was a former weatherman, Obama Snow, issuing snow warnings. So everybody knows that hail is the worst weather, but weather is still pretty powerful, and they added a certain move called Aurora Veil, which is very fair and balanced. By fair and balanced, I mean overpowered. So Snow Warning, I think, is definitely Mon-defining. There are Pokemon you would use, teams you would build, just because of Snow Warning. And when I say Pokemon you would use, I mean Alolan Ninetales. But I mean, when you add a Pokemon that has the best secondary type ever, and is decently fast, and can use one of the best moves in the game, Aurora Veil, I think all of that is enough to get Snow Warning up to the very bottom of Mon-defining. And it's true, in Japan, there is an entire town named Obama. It means small beach, so unfortunately no more snow puns there, but it just means small beach. Does Obama Snow get Aurora Veil? I don't know. I don't think it does. Even if it does, it's too slow. Oh, hey, it does. All ice types get it. Is this all of them? I don't know if that's true. I think Vanillux is one of the best Aurora Veil setters. What is your evidence for this? Because it is the strongest one? What? So it can kill you with Blizzard after setting up, but you're just gonna die. Like, Ninetales is the best because it's really fast, so you can actually Aurora Veil before you die. And you have a nice fairy typing to keep you from dying. Bro, just... I'm guessing you're trying to say just use something. But I think Alolan Ninetales is definitely the best one. Either that or G-Max Lapras. Anything else to say about Snow Warning? It's better than Obama and Aurora's? Sure, but they're both horrible. Like, I guess it's in... Well, it's probably in third place, because I'd rather use... Lapras. And I'd much rather use Ninetales. It's better than trash and garbage, not a big achievement. Sounds about right. How high on the list would pre-Gen 7 Snow Warning be? Probably like middle of useful. At the very least, it cancels whatever weather your opponent is using, if they are. I'm gonna head out, it's getting pretty late here, good night. Thank you for joining, we're almost done. I hope to see you at the premium, I guess on Friday. It's probably when I'll finish it. I think that's just for Snow Warning, right? Okay, I don't see anything else. I suppose the good thing is that the Pokemon that get Snow Warning are kind of late, so in playthrough, your team gets hit by hail for a rather short time till the champion. I guess that's a silver lining to these hail clouds, like barely. I don't think that's an upside. Okay. We're moving on. Solar power. In sunlight, you get 50% more special attack. That's good. And for some reason, I just cannot fathom, other than Game Freak continuing to hate sun, it also hurts you. You get an anti-poison heal, you lose an eighth of your health per turn. Why? Is this ability really so strong that there has to be a penalty attached to it? The penalty is, it has to be sunny. And meanwhile, Chlorophyll gives you double speed, no drawback. Swift Swim gives you double speed, no drawback. Why does this hurt you? I just don't understand. Like, the anti-sun bias is real. That being said, it's very powerful. You definitely would take the damage. But I don't know why you have to. It also sucks that the Pokemon that have solar power and are actually worth using, so not the grass types, meaning Charizard and Houndoom, they're also weak to Stealth Rock, so they're especially vulnerable to chip damage. I just don't understand why this has to have the additional penalty. Maybe this is why we can't have renewal. This is why we will never have renewable energy, right? Maybe you can install those solar panels, but then you're taking an eighth of your damage. Oh, we're just... This is why we can't have renewables, right? You can install those solar panels, but then you're taking an eighth of your health per turn. I guess we're just gonna stick with fossil fuels. Throw those dome fossils in the blender. We need energy. The drawback for Chlorophyll is that you're a grass type. That's true. Proof that Game Freak secretly hates Charizard. No bias at all. Solar power is still meta-defining. Charizard is incredibly broken because of solar power in doubles. I don't believe you. Sandforce doesn't have recoil, but this does. I don't get it. This is a little bit wider than Sandforce, because I think Sandforce only boosts ground moves and rock moves, right? Might also boost steel, but it only boosts moves of those types. And solar power just increases your special attack, which is wider. Assuming you actually use special attacks, which the Pokemon with solar power do. Alright, I need to jet sleepy time. Thanks for coming by. Anything else to say about solar power? At least making those fossil fuels will stop Dracofish. Okay. I think we're done with solar power, right? It'd be cool if solar power would let you use solar moves without drawbacks. Like, without having to charge Solar Beam. But, like, this only activates in Sun anyway, right? So But I guess you're saying, like, being able to Solar Beam without it being sunny? That would be cool. Okay. I think we're done with solar power. Alright. Stall! I think the most boring character from Fire Emblem Awakening, which is really saying something, because pretty much every character is just one note with no personality. What's Stall's personality? Oh, I can cook. Wow. And my outfit looks like half of a toilet. Incredible. What a great character. Truly, this game saved the franchise. In America, stalls sort of have this incredibly wide gap in them, bathroom stalls, that makes them pretty useless as a device for privacy. Why do we even have these? We should probably talk about the ability, right? Enough stalling. Horrible. It's so bad. So what does stall actually do? It's the signature move of Sableye, and it causes you to move last in your priority bracket. Why would I ever want to do that? So if you are in the same priority bracket as your opponent, say you both have zero priority, stall just makes you move second. But if your opponent uses a negative priority move, like say roar, you still get to go first. So stall does nothing. I just don't get it. So what stall actually does is it makes you move last in your priority bracket. How do we say this? Dive cat? Use lagging tail for that. So what stall causes you to do is move second, but within your priority bracket. I don't know why you would ever want to do this. So the moves that care about moving second, so like counter and mirror coat, well, they already have -6 priority, so they're gonna be going second anyway. I think the only possible use for this is, say you've somehow statused your opponent, you've afflicted them with the toxic, and you're trying to stall them out, and you want to use recover, but you're at full health. So if you have stall, then your opponent will hit you, and then you recover, so you don't waste recover. But Sableye has piss speed anyway, so you're going to be going second almost no matter what. You know what's better than recovering second? Recovering first! And we know this because Sableye has both stall and prankster, and nobody uses stall ever. Awful. This is almost Regigigas tier. But at least most of the time, it just does nothing because you're slow anyway. Why? I think Sableye is the only one that has stall. Prankster is so much better. Roar Wars are the only use for stall? Does Sableye even get a phasing move? What if stall got reversed in Trick Room, but Sableye doesn't have the stats to sweep anyway? I mean, like, what if stall got reversed? It's just useless. Put him in the stalls. I think the only stall Pokemon is Sableye. Yeah, it's only Sableye. Unaffected by Trick Room, yep. Horrible. I don't think it gets a phasing move. If it did, it'd be Roar. Doesn't get Roar. And yeah, obviously doesn't get Whirlwind, right? Yeah. I think it's just useless. Really, really bad. The only reason you could say stall is better than slow start is because Sableye gets other abilities. I think it's also better because most of the time it just does nothing because you're going second anyway. Revenge? Revenge has negative priority anyway, so stall doesn't do anything. Alright. Steadfast. If you get flinched, you get faster. Is that good? I guess. I'd rather just not get flinched, right? I'd rather have inner focus, because that also prevents intimidate, because why not? But with steadfast, I mean, it's got fast in the name, right? You get a little bit faster. But you also lose your turn, so I don't know. You also, of course, can't actually
control getting flinched, right? Your opponent has to flinch you, and you don't know if they're going to do that. I guess in doubles where fake out is a lot more prevalent, this does make opponents think twice about trying to fake you out, because then they'll make you faster, which they probably don't want to do. I guess the point of steadfast is that your opponent has to be faster to even flinch you, right? So if they flinch you and then you get the steadfast boost, you'll then probably be faster than them, which means they can no longer flinch you. It's still not worth it. Does steadfast block intimidate? No, I don't think so, but we can check. Can you switch into fake out and get a steadfast boost? No, I think you have to actually flinch. Yeah, it doesn't block intimidate. Alright. And the most reliable flinching move is fake out, which has +3 priority anyway. Sad. Why is this not in useless? It's not useless. It does something. Like, I wouldn't mind a speed buff. I just wish it was better. It's overall just worse inner focus. I would rather have my turn than get a speed boost. Not in not useless. Yes, it's not in not useless. Okay, next. Splitting part of useful into a barely useful tier might be good. This is barely useful. They mean, why is it not in not useless? Because it's not useless. It does something, it's just not that impactful. Like, these do basically nothing. This gives you a relevant boost when you get flinched, but you would rather just not get flinched. Okay, Storm Drain? I think we talk about Storm Drain. Okay. I think it does as much as Anger Point. I think it does way more than Anger Point. Alright. Storm Drain. So this used to have Yu-Gi-Oh wording, where it was basically just Lightning Rod, right? It redirects water attacks to you, but you still take the damage. That was pretty bad, but they gave it a big buff in Gen 5, so now it draws water attacks to you, and it absorbs them. And you get a +1 special attack boost. That's a lot of good stuff. It protects your partner, and being immune to water is much better than just resisting it, because it means you can stop Pokemon like Kyogre or Dracovish, who just do such overwhelming damage that resistance is not enough. Storm Drain, very good. We're going to put it all the way up here. It's a very, very strong effect. This basically is why you would use Gastrodon, because Gastrodon's pretty underwhelming otherwise, but it's not like Gastrodon dominates the game. It's just a very specific counter to Pokemon because of Storm Drain. Very good. I guess we'll put it next to dry skin because it's sort of similar, and water immunity is very nice. Resistance is not. No, wait. Resistance is futile. Immunity is better. Isn't it better than dry skin because no fire weakness? The fire weakness doesn't really matter because you're using dry skin in rain anyway, and dry skin has the 1/8 a turn heal, which is huge. I think it was a mistake to name this tier Mon defining. Healing in dry skin better than +1 from Storm Drain? I think so. Is there a Chad C and why isn't it Dracovish? There is not one yet. I think that overall, the 8th healing in Rain is better than the redirection and +1 special attack. "3:30 a.m. Gotta sleep. Have a good stream. Thank you for coming by. We're almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 left. It was meta defining, but I don't think these abilities are so strong they're meta defining. I think they're strong enough that you would use the Pokemon because they have this ability, and the Pokemon is really good. But I think I say that when we describe this tier, and there's probably people who joined after I described it. Is it affected by Surf and doubles if your ally uses it? I think so. I don't think it cancels the Surf, though. I think your partner just heals. Or gets the +1. We can put Storm Drain above Dry Skin, but I think Dry Skin is better. No lotion. Would you use Gastrodon if it didn't have Storm Drain? Probably not. But I don't think Gastrodon is some terror. Storm Drain is affected by Surf and the other Pokemon get hit by it? Okay. I think that's it for Storm Drain. Okay. Super Luck! So this gives you a passive +1 increase to your critical hit rate. For all the reasons we talked about with Sniper. Crit strategies are not that good because they nerfed crits, but they didn't really buff crit abilities. But hey, Super Luck does help you get to reliable crits. I think if you're using Super Luck and a high crit rate move, like Night Slash, I think you're at like 50% crit? Might be 30%. Let's check that. So you'd be at +2. Yeah, 50%. And 50% crit is okay. So 50% crit. So 50% crit. So 50% chance to do 150% damage. So on average, your crit moves deal 25% more damage. That's okay. It's very marginal. At least, unlike shell armor, where you don't actually see that a crit was negated, you, of course, do get to see when you crit. So you can be like, oh, okay, I probably got a crit because of super luck. That's okay. You can see that this ability helps you a bit. Justice for crits. I think they should be better. And I think this also has the compound eyes effect of if your lead Pokemon has super luck, it increases the rate at which wild Pokemon hold items. So it's useful for that if you're hunting for items. 50% of the time it crits every time. Anything else to say about super luck? I don't think so, right? Negate stat boost by the enemy? That's all crits. Can I get a fact check on the passive ability of super luck? Prepare to delete your channel. I checked this yesterday. Here we go. The chances of finding a wild Pokemon holding an item increases slightly, shared with compound eyes. It's just a slight, nice upside. No, you're not going to be banned. It's a good idea to check. Okay. I think that's it for super luck. Iron Defense Magnezone doesn't stand a chance against Super Luck Scope Lens Absol's close combat. Okay, next. Tangled Feet. Very weird ability, so if you're confused, it doesn't actually raise your evasion, it cuts your opponent's accuracy. I was really surprised when I looked this up because I thought this would be like Snow Cloak or something where it was just like, 20%. But no, are you ready for this? While a Pokemon with this ability is confused, all moves used against it have their accuracy halved. Wow. That's actually a huge boost. These Pokemon get it? Okay, well, I'm not impressed. Spinda does get it. So how do these Pokemon actually confuse themselves? I don't know. I guess you could use the berries that confuse you if you don't like the flavor. And then you're confused, and your opponent might not hit you. You can thrash with Dodrio, so at the end of the thrash, you're going to be confused. And then I guess your opponent might not hit you. Okay. Berserk Gene. If Berserk Gene still existed, you could get a free Swords Dance when you switch in, and then your opponents have a 50% chance to miss you, but you also have a 30% chance to attack yourself. So, I mean, it's just going to be an RNG fiesta. Will it actually be a fun fiesta? I'm not so sure. So actually a very powerful effect, but on some mediocre Pokemon that can't reliably activate it, and also keep in mind that it is bundled with confusion, right? So if you're benefiting from Tangled Feet, you also have a 30% chance to just get wrecked. So I don't think it's very good overall. I think we'll say it's not useless. I'd say maybe remove the feet part, and then you have a pretty decent movie, and maybe the best level in Kingdom Hearts 3, which isn't saying much. What a disaster that game was. Anything else to say about Tangled Feet? Does the accuracy effect only last while you're confused, or does it stay? I think it's only while you're confused. Power Trip. Oh, the ability description talks about evasion boosting, but it doesn't actually do that. It cuts your opponent's accuracy. I'm not really sure what the difference is. Don't Google this ability. You'll probably get weird results. Yeah, I wasn't planning to. I think that's it for Tangled Feet. Just 4 more. We're almost done. Just images of the game Twister. Yeah, I'm sure that's what'll show up. Okay. Instead of saying Tangled Feet, just say feet? No. Alright, we're done with this. Alright, next. Technician. Alright, ma'am. Well, I looked... Oh, I hit the mic. Okay. Technician. Alright, ma'am. Well, I took a look at your system, and I determined the issue to be that you're still alive. Whoosh! This ability's crazy. Technician? Good. Super good. What does Technician actually do? So it increases the power of all moves up to base 60 power by 50%. So all of your weak moves get 50% stronger. And usually these weak moves have some sort of advantage, which is why they're weak. But now they're not weak. So now you're dead. Incredible. This ability single-handedly took Scizor from a Pokemon that existed to a Pokemon that existed on every single team in Gen 4. You basically had 50% less health, because the moment you dropped below 50% health, or around then, Scizor would just show up and kill you, and there was nothing you could do about it. Disgusting. So this is incredibly good with priority moves, because priority moves are all weak, but they get to go first, so when they're no longer weak, wow! Even Scyther, despite not being a steel type, hits you twice with the wing beat. It's a dual wing beat, and you're dead. Wow. Very, very good ability. Pretty much any Pokemon that has Technician strongly considers running it, and then you strongly consider running that Pokemon, because Technician pretty good. Pretty good. If Scizor is your tech support guy, run. Technician Constrict from 10 base power to 15. Breloom also gets this, which makes... So Breloom also gets this, which turns Bullet Seed from kind of a joke into not a joke. We should mention that, I guess. I'm looking at the mons that learn it, and the only ones that might use it besides Scissor is Breloom, and that also gets Poison Heal. But this ability is so good that Breloom actually does use it. Is this Super Mario 64 logo font? I don't know. I don't think so. Breloom gets Technician and definitely uses it. You get an obscenely powerful Mach Punch and Technician Bullet Seed. If you're skilled enough, I guess. You can't have Skill Link and Technician, but if you get enough hits, it deals massive damage. And even the average result of only 3 hits is still really, really strong because each individual hit of 25 gets 50% stronger. So even though it's a grass move, it actually ends up being pretty devastating. And you get Technician Rock Tomb. Breloom's a pretty good Technician. Knockoff does not get boosted, no, because it's 65. Marshadow is a good Technician. Marshadow exists and has Technician. Knockoff is bad, confirmed. So yeah, Knockoff does not get a Technician boost now, so it was actually a nerf in Gen 6. Yes, and a couple of people have mentioned that certain moves actually get nerfed by having their base power increased. Because Low Sweep is a move that Breloom used to use when it was 60 base power, but they buffed it to 65, and now it no longer gets a Technician boost, which means it's worse. I think that's everything for Technician, right? Put it above adaptability? It is. Okay, anything else for Technician? I think that's about it, right? I don't see anybody else saying anything. Okay. They can tech stage spikes. Smash! Okay. Oh, I had a prop for this. Hang on, I'll be right back. Whoa. I put this somewhere. I think I have to actually leave the room. I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Okay. This might take a while. And by a while, I mean like a minute. So enjoy these doges. Alright, we're back. A good thing we had a technician to solve those technical difficulties. Tinted Lens. Pretty good ability. So what Tinted Lens does is prevent you from seeing anything on the list. So I'm going to pull these up. And it doubles the damage of your resisted moves. A lot of the Pokemon that have this are like bugs that have like tinted eyes. So it's basically as if you weren't a bug type with crappy moves. It basically lets you use your bug stab as if you had a better type, which is really powerful. So I think we're going to put it like up here-ish. Very, very strong. If you've got those tinted lens, you're probably going to strongly consider using that. It lets you be a lot more... Well, let's see the Pokemon that actually get tinted lens. It's not, they're not all bug types, but most of them are. Yeah, almost all of them. TLDR, the ability that made some bug types not get resisted. Yeah, the best tinted lens user is definitely Yanmega, but it's got a pretty powerful other ability it could be using. And the rest of these are just... So the strongest tinted lens user is definitely Yanmega, but it has another ability that's pretty good. Sigilif could make good use of it, but it's got another ability that's pretty good. So the strongest Pokemon that's actually using tinted lens is probably Venomoth. That's disappointing. There's an equal amount of bug and flying. It's mostly bug though, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But there's overlap between the bugs and the flying. Venomoth with Quiver Dance, really good. Well, what you do is you Quiver Dance and then you give the boost to a better Pokemon, right? You give it to Nidoking. Anything else to say about Tinted Lens? What is it in Japanese? I don't understand how some sunglasses would help. Tinted lens. It's because sunglasses are tinted lens. Okay, I think we're done with tinted lens, right? G-Max Butterfree. Okay, last two abilities. Unaware. Am I? No, I'm not missing anything. Okay. Unaware. I think most players are aware of how strong this ability is. It's incredibly strong. So what Unaware does is that it allows you to ignore all the stat boosts of your opponents. Generally, this means ignoring their offensive boosts when they're attacking you, but it also lets you ignore their defensive boosts when you're attacking them. Honestly, this might actually be Mon defining. SCP-036 is... got some very good options. So yeah, how do you lose most games? it's because your opponent increases their stats and you can't deal with it. When you have unaware, you can deal with it. I also think this ability is just hilarious from a flavor perspective, because you have your opponent going crazy, like hyping themselves up, dancing with swords, doing the dragon dance, and then they unleash their ultimate attack on you. You just don't care. Like, huh? Did you do something? Hello? The signature ability of all my crushes? That's so sad. I hope things work out. Anything else to say about Unaware? Really good. This confirms all the stat boosting effects are just placebo. Yeah, Unaware, Quagsire, and Stealth Team's annoying, but Clefable walling for days. Yeah, very, very annoying ability. What does this do again? I'm not sure. Didn't Quagsire get used in Ubers because of it? Either that or OU. Quagsire is very good at dealing with Calm Mind Kyogre. Yeah, apparently, so somebody said, ignorance is bliss. Or apparently it's not blissy, it's, ignorance is bliss. Or rather, it's Clefable, I guess. Blissey doesn't get this ability. Alright, anything else to say about Unaware? I guess we will mention Quagsire, I guess. So Quagsire also unaware of how bad its own stats are, and it just pops up sometimes as a very specific counter to very powerful Pokemon that Quagsire, for some reason, ends up being able to beat. Okay, I think that's everything for Unaware, right? Alright. Quagsire is the only hope against Zacian. I guess we'll say that. Imagine being so powerful that you're almost banned from the ban tier, except you can't beat one damp boy. I guess he's not damp, he's unaware. Okay. Unburden. This is Rock Lee's favorite ability. So Unburden. When you lose your item, it doubles your speed. So it basically adds agility to whatever move you were using that got rid of your item. That's a very strong effect. So do note, you have to actually lose your item. You can't just start with no item. It pairs very well with Fake Out and Normal Gem. Boop. That basically lets you agility for free because your opponent didn't get to act. You can also pair it with Fling, I guess. Or I think most commonly just a Pinch Berry, right? You can substitute down to your Pinch Berry, you get the Pinch Berry boost, and then you get faster because of Unburden. This is very powerful. +2 speed is an excellent buff to get, and there's definitely ways to set it up. You can do Hawlucha with one of the seeds that gets consumed on terrain. So just be on a team that has terrain, have the seed, and suddenly you've removed your burdens, and you're flying at +2 speed. Very good. Pairs well with a weakness policy, because assuming you don't die, then you're actually moving fast and hitting hard. That's really strong. Great ability. Also notable, this pairs extremely well with acrobatics, because acrobatics powers up if you have no item, and Unburden also wants you to have no item. Surprisingly useful. This was also an ability on the Pavrir class in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2, where it would kill you and then heal your whole team, because definitely a skill I want on an offensive class is one that kills me and supports the rest of my team. No, I don't want to unburden my soul. But I will unburden in Pokemon, it's pretty good. Ripperoni Flying Gem Acrobatics Unburden. I don't know if you'll be missed, but you will be remembered. And even more proof, in addition to Technician, that knockoff is actually bad, because you knock off the opponent, and they get faster. They also died, though. Please nerf knockoff. It's so strong. Alright, anything else? I hope they buff knockoff in Gen 9. You're banned. How dare you? I can't actually ban you. Does not work with Z crystals. Why would it? Alright, thank you everybody. Oh, conclusion? Yeah, we should probably do a conclusion, right? So... Alright, so this is our Pokemon Gen 4 abilities tier list. You can see it, and I hope you have tinted lens, because apparently this hurts a lot of people's eyes. Sorry, I'll change the font color next time. I think this is the 4th time I'm apologizing for this, and yet it's not enough apologies. I think one of the takeaways from this is that a lot of the abilities they added are pretty good. There's not many duds, aside from this one, which is intentionally bad, and these which are like, what are you doing? But most of them have at least some sort of effect. I would say Gen 4 build is pretty good overall. Wasn't too long this time, still a good stream. Yeah, only 5 hours. It was nice to be here. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, thank you everybody for joining. And for all the support, getting us finally to 1,000 subscribers. And thank you to everybody who... special thanks to everybody who made the leap to become a pewter peon. So we get a lot of new emotes for the next stream. I'll have a ton more. I can add like 7 or 8, I think. Not that many. I can add like 4 or 5, I think. Thanks to all the new members. Is Gen 4 moves next? Maybe. It might be that, or it might be Coliseum tier list. It's probably going to be Gen 4 moves. Yeah, it probably will be Gen 4 moves. But before then, I want to focus on like an edited video, I think. So the next major release will probably be a fully edited video. Will we ever get Platinum in-game tier list? Someday. Here's the real question. Has Regigigas come off a slow start yet? Well, we can make that the ending. Great news, everyone. If each hour of the stream was 1 turn, then Regigigas is finally free, because it took us slightly over 5 hours. Will we ever get FE6? Someday. I guess the thing is that each video I make is a different video that I could be making, right? So I gotta think about like the opportunity cost. So FE6 might be after Gen 4 moves. I feel like you said this is going to be 2 to 3 hours max. Yeah, I did say that. I guess I was wrong. I honestly, I didn't expect it to take this long, but that's always the case. And don't forget the Telefang video, yeah. So thank you everybody for coming. Do I have anything else to say? I don't think so. I did the outro. I think it's really late for a lot of people. But I think this is everything. I think the last thing I'll do is I'll reset this. And then I'll just add an extra apology about how difficult the list is to see. And that'll be the end. He took a lot of silent breaks every 2 seconds. I mean, I guess. We gotta think, and we gotta wait for responses. Are you gonna premiere this list like last time on the main channel? I think so. That went really well. I don't think people were too upset about it. So I think I will. But I do think the premium for this is only gonna be... It's probably gonna be less than 2 hours. Because there's a lot of retakes and pauses. And the criteria is only going to be about like 3 minutes. It's going to be much shorter than what it actually was here. Pretty sure if I wanted to edit the color, it'd be pretty easy to do in post. Like key the color and change it. Yeah, I could do that. They are all primary colors, so I could key the colors and then change them. Oh, add a hue shift? Yeah, I could do that. It would probably make the file a lot heavier. So I could actually do that. And then export it, and then edit that into the premium. Let's post-production? Does Weebjail also make videos? How did he know that? Yeah, we could try that. Okay. I'll see if I can do that. So I'll just, I'll record one last apology and then end the stream, I guess. There we go. Hey, just gonna apologize for how difficult it is to actually read all of these icons. I apologize like 3 more times throughout the video, but people are gonna comment about it anyway. Please don't comment about this. Okay. I think that's it. Alright, so thank you everybody. There's gonna be about like 30-ish seconds of end screen, and then the stream itself will end. The comments are good for the algorithm. I'll leave the red as is. I'll change the blue and the yellow. Thank you everybody for joining. And for all of the supports. Next stream is, I think, it's going to be my tomorrow evening. I'll announce it on this second channel and in the Discord. But it's going to be the next Fire Emblem installment. Not 6. More 3 hopes. But I hope to maybe see you there, now that we have the power of emotes. Alright. Thank you everybody for joining, and I hope to see you at some point soon.